We've been getting a lot of, or I've been trying to get a lot of leg practice done because I've been slacking. So today, it's not going to be strictly legs, but I'm going to be doing a lot of them. But I'm thinking, should I draw the body and then add the legs to them, or should I just go straight for the legs? You know what I'm saying? Should I only do legs or should I go body plus legs? I don't know. I guess right now, let me just do a body and then legs. Just to we're not gonna focus too much on the top, but we're just going to do something like, let's draw a nice little head tilt this way, shoulders, and then I'm gonna make like a fatter character. So I'm gonna go like boom. Let's get the spine, get this gesture going, and then we're gonna do our K. Like I said, with fatter characters, I like to make it wider. I like to make the K wide. It's just like a gesture of the body. I like to get that to be popping. Just curve like that, and then we'll go legs. And I'm gonna sort of do a nice gesture for the legs as well. Let's do knees, and then I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna put her toes right here, knees and then toes, and then I guess the up part of the foot will be right there. Just trying to get, yeah, so it's a little longer than a half, and then I'm gonna round these out because obviously the half of this is going to be the rib cage. I'm gonna give it a nice egg, and then I was learning or studying from an artist named Sai. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen a video of his before, but I saw him today. He was talking about legs, so I was like, ooh, this is perfect. And he actually told me something, or he actually opened my eyes to something about like the hips and how he does it is like he likes to draw this bucket shape. Obviously, I'm gonna draw a box right now just so I can get this angle right. I might push it a little bit more this way, right? So he does like a bucket that comes down like this. I've seen people do it, but it never really clicked for me until I started doing like the actual normal or human anatomy of the hips, so I understand what it looks like. So the iliac crest, the round bit of the hips curves, and then it comes down, and then curves, goes up on the other side, and then curves all the way around, and then comes down for the back, and then curves down, and then let's goes down like this, and adds, I forgot what this is called. I think it starts with an S or something, and the spine goes into that, right? And if I do this, I can draw the opening for the rib cage. The spine comes down and connects into that part, right? And then he says he puts, and then where the crotch is, he puts the great trochanter, or that bone that comes outside, at the level. But I think putting it a little bit lower might work a little for me because I was practicing it earlier, and I think putting it a little lower might having her turn this much, but it's fine. And then with this, we come down and get this part of the leg. Obviously, since she's like facing this way, there's like a back area for free. No, I mean it's not a commission at that point. That's not a commission if I'm doing it for free. Yeah, I think I turned the hips a little too much, but this is generally the shape. Okay, I'm gonna make her hips go a little bit like this. Like this. What if it's small? then it'll be cheaper. Okay, and then we'll round this and curve it like right there, front, and curve down, like so. And then we'll do, alright, so the crest will come out and then curve down and curve like this, go up, curve back, go down like so, and curve like this, and then we'll have the opening, and then this part will curve down, and we can do like a nice shape right there. And then we'll put the great trochanter bone to come out like about right here. Same thing on the other side. You're greedy? I'm greedy? You're asking for free things. Wow. Like you want me to be a slut? Let me not. Alright, so we'll come down, go in to the knee, and then come down and go in here. And then we'll go straight down here, and then straight down here, and then we'll do in this way, and then in that way. Alright, so look, right here will come out. I'm going to add more fat, because like I said, I'm going to make a fatter character. I'm going to make it come down, and then since they're connecting, we're going to add the other one to come down here. I don't want to do this. I might bring it in a little bit. I might make it come in a little bit like this. Just so it sits here, but the fat curves and makes it go more out. And then we'll flip it over fast just to check. Okay, not the best, but not bad. We'll come down, and then we'll have this part go in like this. Have it curve out a little bit more. And right here, we'll add some more fat. Just have this part squeeze right there, and then right here we'll have this muscle. So it's like about right here, and it'll curve down. Let's have it curve a little bit more like this, and then on this side do the same. Make sure it wraps around the knee. Okay, and then I'll do like a nice little sphere right there, and we'll do another tube for the calf area, come down, and we'll do another one on this side. I feel like I have a general idea of the shape, but I'm just trying to get a good understanding of the muscles. I should have done a muscular body then. Over here doing a fat lady. Alright, then we'll do shoulders. And then I'll do arm come down. And we can do another one coming down here and then another one. I don't know. Let's just do the arms back. Wait, no, what if I did one arm like this? And then this arm down. We can do that. Put a hand right here maybe. A thumb. And this hand could be like maybe? I don't know. But we'll start from the center here, from the sternum. And then we'll do, like I said, a fatter character. So I'm going to have to follow that. And then right here on that crest right there, we're going to have to add more fat. We'll stop right here and then we'll go out like this. Same on this side, and we'll add some more just to be sitting on it. And we'll come here, add like a little, wait, let me lower the opacity in here. I'm getting lost. Alright, so we'll follow down here, and then it'll tuck under here, and then it'll wrap around here, and then another little bit of fat will wrap around there. And then right here we'll widen this out like so. This part will come in a little bit, go out like that. I might fix the legs. I don't like them. I mean the feet. I mean the legs though. I don't really like them either. I feel like I could. Like it's the angle that's throwing me off. I think she's barking. All right, and then we'll do this leg coming this way. Remember this ankle, this bone is lower than this one right here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go check on her. Cause she barking. Give me a second. Okay, okay. What's up, bro? How's it going? Zo put beans on toast? No, honestly, no. I don't. I don't think I've ever had beans on toast. Like just beans on toast? I don't think so, bro. Honestly, I do not believe I have. Actually, I'm not gonna say that. I could have probably. So makes bacon and eggs. No, nah. Uh. Maybe turkey bacon. I'm joking. I don't even remember. I've definitely had turkey bacon before. I don't remember what that tastes like though. What are you Jewish? Really? Is that like a Jewish thing? I just said turkey bacon because is that's not pork, right? That's the only reason I said turkey bacon. I said a drug so I didn't. I didn't think you did. I'm just like, I'm just like, interesting. Why'd you say it like that? What are you, Jewish? Why do you say it like that? And that's kind of. I'm playing. I'm kidding. But I guess you gotta say that nowadays, huh, bro? I'm telling. You gotta clarify. Yo, before I say this, I'm not saying I agree with what that guy did. You know how many videos I've seen like that, bro? Like every time they're about to say something, quote unquote, not good about them, they're like, before I say this, I don't want anybody over here thinking that I agreed with. Oh my gosh. It's so funny. It is so funny. Because it's gotten to a point where it's like, bro. I was watching a video, man, of this girl. She was like, you know, on a college campus, and she was like celebrating, you know, saying, yo, you know what I mean? And dancing, bro. This guy said, and this is what literally, I got so mad, bro. This guy, this guy said, bro, you are like, you are aggressive or something, right? You're speaking like aggressively. This girl said, you're only saying that because I'm black. When she said that, I wish I was there. I wish I was there. I wish I was. Just because I feel like once you throw that out there, then people are like, especially Caucasian people, are just like, oh, well, I mean, yeah, that's you know what I mean? And they use that so much as a easy win. You know what I mean? Like, oh, he should have stopped. He should have stopped now because I said that. I'm like, no. You are, and she was like, I'm not angry. I'm not emotional. I'm not acting aggressive. This girl was walking up to this man's face. She said, get your camera out my face. This girl walked in camera view, like she walked up to it. I'm like, what the heck is wrong with this lady? What the heck is wrong with this lady, bro? And like, there's these people, yo, I've never really had too much of an issue. Like, I never was the type of person that if somebody were to say the word to like blow off and say, oh my goodness, you know what I mean? I was never that type of person. But people are getting comfortable. But the thing is, what I realized is the people that are saying it, like the people who you think shouldn't be saying it are saying it now. They're saying it about those people who are like, oh, I can do no wrong. Like, I literally saw this other clip, and you know how people be making jokes, and they're like, when people get in accidents, they're like, they make a video and they say, oh wait, you can't park here, bro. This black chick, right? This thug, right? You know what she did? This girl pulled out a blicky and started shooting, and I'm like, huh? Obviously she didn't shoot at him. She shot up at the sky. But I'm like, what the heck is wrong with you? Like, it was literally, obviously you could say that was insensitive what the person said and sure, whatever crap. But so you just result to doing that? And then when people are like, oh, all of these people are like this, those are the first people to push back and be like, all of us? What are we talking about? We're not, no, yes. You are in that category. You are. That was the craziest thing I seen. Like, I thought she was gonna like flip him off or something. This girl went in her pocket, pulled it out, and just start. I'm like, oh, wow. There's people like this for real. Insane people. And a comment said from an accident to a felony. I was like, like for no reason, insane, bro. Every time I was TikTok, the first thing it's the first thing I get. Yep, yep. The first thing, man. First thing, just the like everybody's a victim. Everybody, not everybody. Every black female. Nah, not every black female. I guess every left black person, I'd say, is a victim. Cause and the girl said, don't say that. Have you ever been a slave? And I was like, huh? What? Have you, miss? Have your mama, miss? Have your daddy, miss? What? And it's so crazy to me, cause she said it like she just got out, like she just got out. Oh, yo, I get that word too on on Instagram. There's this guy, this man. I definitely can't show the video because he actually says it. But there was a video of this little white boy, right? And he was just talking about like girls and everything, right? He was talking about girls and everything, right? And the guy said, the white guy, he's like, man, this. And he said it like, and I went to the comments, and people were like, okay, I didn't know that's what I was getting with. And that was the first time I saw it. And then after that, there was like, there was a video he's watching of like, you know, a whole bunch of thugs, you know, like breaking into some place, right? And he said, yeah, that's why you gotta stay away from these. I was like, oh my God. It was so funny, bro. And then, because the thing is, you're realizing when he's doing it too, because like he was watching another video and it was just like this, you know, like a respectable African American, right? And he said, these are the type of black people. These are the type of black people that we need. They need to all be out here like this. You know what I mean? And then wait, what was the other? What was the? I just had it. I lost it. I just had it. What was it? Oh, it was like, what was it? It was like, I think it was a interracial couple or something, right? And I don't know if the guy did something, but then he was like, you see, this is why you can't be around these niggas. Oh my God. But I mean, he stood he stood on it. He was like, the are the thugs, right? And he stood on it. And I was like, hey, I mean, he stood on it at least. You know what I'm saying? He's not calling everybody one, but he's calling the thugs one. And I'm like, hey, I mean, can y'all get mad? Can I get mad? It's y'all fault, for real. It truly is your guys' faults. Man, you don't understand, right? Every time, like, I hear anybody, because it's like, there's a level of victim, like, you can play, but it has to be on brand. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody is talking about, like, removing or deleting their unborn baby. If somebody's talking about that, right? And somebody wants to bring up playing victim on that, they had to have been one that they tried to, because I remember I heard a story about this girl. They tried to do it, and she was born, right? She survived, but she lost her arm was like, oh my gosh, it was so bad, right? But like, in those cases, these people have the right to speak. But there is no flipping reason why we're talking about that, and then you bring up, well, have you ever been a slave before? What the heck does that have to do with anything? That has nothing to do with anything. At all. Like, why are you bringing this up? Because you haven't. And I can guarantee you don't know not one person personally who has. I mean, probably, let's say, you know, some 200-year-old, you know. But it pisses me off, bro. I'm over TikTok. To an RPG. At ease. Gosh. If I could be TikTok, oh, the caption went out as it. Oh, I mean, is that kind of? Should we cancel TikTok for that? I'm playing. I'm joking. Should we cancel TikTok for that though? Like, I was so mad, bro. Like when I tell you when I saw that girl talking, like it was like she literally put herself there, and it's crazy because we could just be sitting there. You walk up to me, you start saying a whole bunch of stuff, and then I start saying you're aggressive, you're acting like you're acting um like aggressive or unladylike or something, and then they just start bringing up these, oh, because I'm black, because your people did this, and then it just keeps going, and then the right side are all like, we're just calm and collected. No, 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 no. You're acting that way. Not all black people act like that. You are acting that way, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And then guess what? Then they want to fight. They want to start swinging. I'm like, interesting. Very interesting. Extremely interesting. Like, I don't understand. I mean, I do understand because you guys are very emotional, but like, it's crazy. Crazy to me. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Extraordinary. Okay, and then we got the head right there. Yo, I drew this head, right? I'm about to show it to you guys. I drew this head yesterday, and I really like it. And I was thinking, what if I used it for like a character? Like, she looks really good. I like the structure of her head. Like, look at, isn't she like this is definitely Titan type of old lady right there. And I also did this one right here. I don't know. I don't know how I felt about this one. This one looks pretty cool too. But Titan, you can't say nothing wrong about this one. I made sure to keep everything up to your standards, my boy. Everything is there. You know what I'm saying? I just gave it a little bit of a, you know. But besides that, as one the black people and they're exactly. And I know which ones those ones is, Bri. And when I see them, guess what I do? I gotta tighten up. You know what I mean? Especially if I got, let's say I just, I went to go pick up some money, and I see a couple of them. I'm like, all right, let's get ready just in case. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I gotta be like, let me start walking a little, let me, you know what I'm saying? And if there's a casual way, like if I see like one of my boys or acquaintance that I know across the street, I'm like, oh snap, is that you, my boy? Hey, hey, what's good? Dapping up, he's like, yeah, who are you again? Like, hey, don't you remember me? Come on, you remember? He's like, oh. And as soon as I see them walk by, I'm like, all right, my boy, stay up, and then I get up out of there. You know what I'm saying? Whoa, not an ugly woman from one thing. That was rude. That was definitely rude, man. But yeah, I really like this one. I think it turned out really cool. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, let's go back. The monkey chick. Honestly, Titan, I know you say, but if this, like, you know what I'm gonna do? I mean, I'm gonna do it right now because I'm not like a avid fan, but like really doing it because it's gonna take time. But I'm gonna draw her, but I'm gonna do it in like a realistic, rendered way, right? Like as real as I can possibly do it, right? and then we gonna come back to you, and I guarantee I'll put I'll put I'll put a cool $3 on the line. That Titan's like, you know what, man? All right, okay. I like if I saw her walking down the way and then she was like, Titan would be like, yes, you know what I'm saying? Titan folded. He could be like, I guess, you know what I'm saying? What you say you want to go? You want to go to the jungle or something? You want to go to the zoo? I'm telling you. I am telling you. Cotton candy. A cold three. A cold three, man. What? Titan go fold. Well, I guess, you know what I mean? I guess, you know what I'm saying? Alright, let's do her neck right here, and then we'll do like a shoulder right there, and then we'll her body, and then, you know, obviously we'll get our nice little shape going. You mean that monkey girl you made? Yeah. Yeah, but I'd like Maki. I would definitely like if I made her real, like realistically rendered. I think, I think you'd be down. Or would that make it scarier? I mean, I feel like it'd be fine. Like, have you ever seen? I mean, you've definitely seen when artists draw these anime characters realistically. Like that, your girl, Bri, from that one your anime. I seen like a realistic drawing of her, and man, it looked nice. It looked nice. Wait, hold up. Did I have it here? I saw it earlier. Let's see. I saw it earlier on Pinterest.
Artwork, critiques, photo.
Nope. I was about to watch that tutorial, but I had to start the stream. You know what I'm saying? um. Um. Crap. It looks like I can't find it, bro. That type of girl you like. No, for real, man. Come on. Ooh. Come on now. Where is it at? Yo, I see this drawing right here. You know what it looks like? It looks like that WWE girl that you guys like so much. Is that, yeah, I was looking to you know, get some more leg practice. Ooh. Yeah, bro. Sadly, I can't find it. I bet if I were to type her name in, but I don't know her name. So so that's not gonna work. Honestly, if I were just to go to some black If I were literally just to go to some black, like a black character, I'd definitely find it probably. If you don't know what I like, draw Gerudo. Who the heck is that? Who's that? Gerudo. Like from what? From what? Hold up, bro. I have to find her because I just saw it. Let me look for some black, just a black drawing. Because when you look for black characters, okay, you see, perfect. I found the girl from Arcane, the black girl. I forgot her name, right? And then now, once I start scrolling a bit, I'm gonna end up finding her. That's how it is, you know. Pinterest is like they all black. Watch. I'm telling you, I'm gonna find her. I'm just scrolling. I'm seeing some other black characters here. Okay, I'm continuing to scroll. Continuing to scroll. Continuing to scroll. Just wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Uh-oh, they put a white girl here, but she got like African aesthetic, so I guess. Yeah, I still like I gotta find it now. I'm over here. Look, I see Siri for some reason from Black Panther. Obviously, like I said, they put black. They just put black. And some more AI. Come on. Come on. Another white girl with some African, like African aesthetic. You know what? Perfect. I didn't find her, but I found a black girl with white hair. All right, so I'm gonna use that. Does she have white hair or does she have blonde hair? I think it's white. I'm gonna use this. Okay, now we have that one. Ooh, and then this one. This one's closer to it. And now we have this, and continue. I'm almost there. I know it. I can smell it. Where is she? Black girl with white hair. Yeah. Does she have white hair? I don't know if it's white or blonde. Okay, we're gonna use this again. Alright, now we're gonna continue. Ooh, this looks fire. I don't know who this character is. I mean, it's probably just an OC. Oh, they did a version of Kugisaki. Kugisaki. Okay. Listen, I'm telling you, I'm almost there. I know I am. Domino? Should I press domino? I don't know. I feel like domino's gonna take me away from the path. I mean, honestly, I feel like this one took me away. Dang, bruh. I guess since you did give me the name, I was trying to do it by myself, but I guess I'm gonna type the name in now. I mean, I didn't tell you the rules, and then I was just trying. Alright, so now I'm gonna try to find I'm gonna try to find the picture that I saw. It was a real life, like real rendered one. It wasn't like super like realistic, but it was closer, you know. You look like you needed help. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Where is it? What is it? Yeah, I don't remember the artist's name, but they drew her like it was insane. It looks so good. Oh, there it is. Oh, this is the is this the actual lady? I think this is the actual lady. I think she drew this. The I think this is the actual. Oh wait, this is the picture that I was looking for. I think this picture is from the actual manga. Let me show you because you guys can't see. Wait, let me just put it over here so it's easier to see. But I really like this right here. I feel like it could have like adjusted it a little bit differently, but I think it looks nice still. Paste. And then who is that, bro? A Titan? Wait, I gotta look up Titans. Titan said, "If you want to know who I'm into." Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, the Zelda girl. Really? Oh, so you do? Okay. All right, I see. So the nose got to be like, okay, I got you. So it got to be more like these. It got to be more like these. Hold up. So from the keystone, it got to go down like these, right? And then obviously, because you have to understand the, and then we have the side planes. Okay, Titan, I sees you. I sees you, man. I wasn't mocking you. What? No, I just wanted to know. Okay, now I know. And then who's the other one? What? I've seen this character before. What is this character from? Is it from Zelda 2? I've seen this character before from something. Um. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Where's? Oh, I went away from. Oh wait, here she is. Oh crap. Pinterest doesn't like when I do that. All right, wait. I'm just gonna show it to you guys now. Okay, so this. Okay, so this right here, she looks like that WWE girl that you guys like. I don't know her name. I think it starts with an R or something. Right. That was the first thing I was gonna show. But then this is like a more semi-realistic version. But this right here looks really good. Really good. Yeah, I like this one. But now let's go see where Titan. Oh, Titan said he like this. And I've seen this before. I don't know what it's from. But okay, Titan. Okay. Okay, me. Okay. And then Titan also like um crap. Can I open? Crap, can I open? And Titan also like hold up. No, not that one. Not that one. Titan also like these right here. Yeah, you see that? You see that right there? You see that right there? Okay, all right. I understand. I've just been doing it wrong this whole time. But so okay, Titan, I see you. I got you. I got you. Titan do be liking. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say this is more Egyptian. Ooh, this one right here. Oh crap! Why does it always do this to me? Not that one. Oh man, I lost it. I lost it. Crap. And forget it, man. Forget it. Wait, what's the other thing that I put? You said not that one. Um. Oh, this one right here, Titan. Is this AI? Kind of gives me that AI look. But this one right here, you talking about this Titan? Crap. I gotta change the batteries in my mouse. I must change the batteries. Give me one quick second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm about to run over there real fast and I'm about to get some better. Wait, actually, it's working. Like, better. Oh, nope, it's glitching again. Give me one second. Give me one second. I'll switch the batteries. Alright, I've returned. Insert speed type GIF. What? Oh my gosh, Titan. Wow. Okay, so bottom and then top. Yeah. Bottom and then the top. There you go. Okay. I actually got these new batteries and they're chargeable, so I can actually charge them. And it's not working. Oh my gosh, what did I... Oh, I know why. It's because it's not in, like, how it should be. Go, there you go. I gotta lock in. Alright, so now are you better? No! Search up, okay, wait, I'm gonna search it up, but give me a second. Just gotta zoom in, 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 zoom in. Okay. There. Wait, come on, come on. Oh, backwards. There we go. Okay, now we're good. All right, so search up. Okay. So wait, is that AL? Yeah. Oh, this is definitely not what you're talking about because if it was, then I mean, I guess. Oh, is it an artist? Oh, I know this guy. I might be tripping. This person has an Instagram? Does this person have an Instagram? Because I feel like I follow this person. Oh, nope, never mind. Never mind. Ooh, this is how this. Oh snap! This is how this person draws noses. Let's see if I can show it to you. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Hold on, you can't even see, can you? Ah, ah, I see. Ooh, the style. The nose is giving me whatchamacallit vibes as well. One Piece. I know you don't like to hear that. Is that Nico? That is Nico. You see, I know Nico when I see her. I know Nico when I see her. Bro, I know Nico when I see her, bro. I didn't even need to see Chopper. I know. Listen, I know Nico when I see her. I mean, I guess her name is Robin, because um, if we're talking about, because her mom's name is Nico, Olivia, Nico. So Robin is, yeah, I get it. Oh, they drew your people too over here. Ooh, this is dope. S Hawk. The style is dope. This, yeah, style is dope. Ooh, is that? Oh, this is what she used to look like before they ruined her. Before they made her a big old piece of. Before they made her old, like, look, you see the abs there? The definition? Before they added all that blubber. But look. Wow. Yeah, I saw the Zoro one. I just saw it. I just passed by. Where are you at, Zoro? Zoro. What the heck? Anya, what you doing? Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh my goodness. This show right here, I don't know if you guys have seen it. Oh my goodness, bro. Have you guys seen it? Wait, you guys can't even see. I gotta zoom in. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Right there. Oh, they only made her face fat? Mm. Ooh, they did the I forget the name of the move. Zoro. Ooh. So that's where you got it from. Ah. Who's this? This looks like a dope design. Who is this character? Is this an OC? I don't see a description. Oh, 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 oh. I love this style. Seriously. Look at what's his name? What is his name? I know this is Kageyama, What is his name? Bo. Somebody say it in the comments. Nobody said in the comments. Come on, comments, help me. Comments, help me. What is his name? I know it starts with a B. Nobody said it. Oh, is this person not English? Oh, Bokuto. Yeah, Golden Kumi. Right. Oh, everybody. Aizawa? Is that his name? Yamato. Ah, okay. Okay, Yamato. Ooh, Issei. Wait, no, not Issei. Yusuke. Urameshi. Urameshi. My boy Kilo. Man, what is Kilo doing on a page with this bum? Come on now, listen. I lost respect for this artist because they put Kilo next to his bum. Actually, I'll leave it because they already know. They already know. Kilo looking at him like, what the heck this? What the heck this? What the heck this garbage? What the heck this piece of garbage looking at me like that for? Man, you better put your hand down before I get serious. Ooh, Dolly. Mob. This is dope. Ooh, Law. Yeah, this is fire. I like this artist. This is some old stuff that I'm looking at right here, though. This is 2022. Yeah, I can see it's a crazy improvement. This is why you just gotta go back and look at your old stuff, you know what I mean? Because I can see some insane improvement. Like right here, 2022, right? Or we can just look at this. Simple. Oh, look at Lee. We can simply just look at Robin right here. This is Robin 2023, right? Robin and Chopa, 2023. They're both. I know. I know. But there's Robin in 2023, right? But if we just go up and 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 up, look at her right here. This year, she just like Robin is just like she's just perfect. Like I don't like honestly like I can't even. I got no words, bro. Okay. I got no words. She is. Oh, I forgot. I gotta say. Yeah, no, Robin. I got no words. Like she's just. She's number one. You know what I'm saying? Like number one. Like number one. You know. Okay. And she got the straw hat, little necklace. Oh my god. All right, let's go back. Let's chill out now. But that's dope though, bruh. Definitely a new artist that I gotta follow. Because I do not believe I follow this person. Um, that. Yeah, let me go on my phone. Because I'm not logged in on here. Let me go on my phone. And then let's go to Instagram. Where the heck is Instagram at? Oh yeah, I put it in a folder, didn't I? Nope. And then the name is what? What is the name? Oh, right here. Oh, follow, most definitely. Oh, Titan's right there. What the heck? Hold up. The first picture I gotta find is Nico Robin, and then I have to hit it with a like, and then I have to post it on my story. Why? Because she's just beautiful, you know? The world gotta see Robin. Hold up, let me post it with like a Well, like, ooh, what's her name? Sailor Moon. Yeah, Sailor Moon with the hard eyes. Where is that at? Where's Sailor Moon with the hard eyes? I can't find. Ooh, this one right here is good too. Perfect. Sailor Moon with the star eyes. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Okay, let's go back. All right. Okay. All right, we're back. We're back, guys. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to post the stream on Discord. First things first. Let me get up out of here, and then let me do it on my other phone. Ooh. Okay, we're getting distracted. We're getting distracted. Wait, what is what? Shady Durag? What? You want to watch some Shady Durag? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me again. There you go. I know, guys. I know. Just give me some time. Give me some time. I'm working on it. Okay. Just give me some time. I'm working on it. Not gonna lie, I don't know. Hmm. I know you don't like her videos, Titan, or her format, but it's just so good, you know.
So a couple of years back, I had made a few videos about a viral TikTok turned bootleg product called the Pink Sauce. This woman who went by Chef P was a private event caterer for various celebrities, and while messing around in the kitchen one day, she put together a concoction that went viral simply because of the color
Ooh,
and how
tasty
she
history.
poured it all over any type of food you can imagine.
The sauce has a unique taste, it tastes like its own thing.
It tastes like it own thing. Sorry. I apologize.
Hey, Swanee, when you come on Thursday, can you wear pants? I don't want to wear pants. I want to wear what I wear. Why the f*** have to wear pants? If you can control your eyes, that's one thing. And if your girlfriend's insecure, that's her problem.
Huh? Oh man, we're not even gonna dabble into that video. Wait,
DreamWorks Anime.
I wanna see this. And then we'll watch Tasty History. Because this looks interesting.
12 Forever,
Oh,
a
you sent it to
vibrant
me?
animated series from the 2010s.
Wait,
about a 12-year-old.
what the heck? Never mind. This is not what I thought it was. I don't even care. I mean, we could try it, I guess.
Girl named Reggie. Along with her friends Todd and Esther, the trio would go into the imaginary world of Endless in order to escape the woes of growing up. Wacky characters, silly banter, battling the butt witch, and of course, the greatest preteen hardship of all, puberty.
It's crazy your mom thinks you don't know all this
Yeah, I
stuff.
don't
Oh,
care for this.
I know. It's because I totally know
Yeah,
all this
where's
stuff.
that video?
On the surface, 12 Forever seemed promising, with the potential becoming a hit, in the same vein as Steven Universe, Gravity Falls, or Star Versus. At least the early seasons of Star. 12 Forever was aiming for a similar demographic and channeled the same energy.
Come on,
Things
open it
went
up.
wrong.
There it is.
Very wrong. When 12 Forever was released on Netflix in 2019, there was little to no marketing, with the series being axed after one season. What happened? How did this show die so quickly? Well, 12 Forever's journey to success was sabotaged, marred, and eviscerated by the creator herself. How so? Well, to put it in an ad-friendly way for YouTube, the creator really liked talking about underage boys online.
Ah!
She did this when she was in her mid-20s. Yeah, yikes. But what if I told you that 12 Forever was dead on arrival even before those specific allegations? That things somehow got worse and brought this show to its knees. So, let's take a closer look at what ruined 12 Forever. But before we do, quick shout out to this video sponsor, Raycon Earbuds.
Speaking of tunes, I've been tuning into my tunes with earbuds of my own. You guessed it, folks. You know what's about to happen. I'm still rocking my Raycon earbuds.
What the heck is this, Titan? I don't know if I want to... What the... I mean... Does it have to be this video, man?
Few things improve troop morale better than a hot meal, even if the name of that hot meal kinda sucks. Like this favorite frontline breakfast from World War II, creamed dried beef on toast, better known as shit on a shingle. So thank you to my Patreon patrons for constantly supporting this channel, especially on videos like this that'll probably get demonetized because I keep saying shit on a shingle. This time on Tasting History.
Okay, this one, this one that you just sent right here, that one was more like it, I think. This one's more like it, yeah. This one's more interesting to me, you know. What is today? Today's Tuesday? Yeah, I think it's Tuesday.
It is a well-known fact that the most perfect sandwich ever conceived by a human being is the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. But was it always so perfect? Well, I'm going to find out as I make the very first recipe for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich from 1901.
I mean, what?
So thank you to Wondrium for sponsoring this video as I investigate
Wait, do I have
the
the captions
origins
on?
of the PB&J.
take it off.
This time on
We speak
Tasting
English.
History.
And I hope it's loud enough. Wait, it might be a little too loud.
So I suspect that this video is going to get rather different reactions in different parts of the world, because while here in the US, making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich is practically a national pastime, in parts of the world, they are almost unheard of. In many countries, peanut butter itself is hard to come by, and there are those who believe that the peanut butter and jelly sandwich is an abomination, and for those people, I weep. But maybe I can
I
lead
weep
them
too.
into the light with this first recipe from the Boston Cooking School magazine in 1901. For variety, someday try making little sandwiches or bread fingers of 3 very thin layers of bread and 2 of filling, 1 of peanut paste, whichever brand you prefer, and currant or crabapple jelly for the other. The combination
Crabapple
is delicious
jelly.
and, so far as I know, original. So simple, yet so brilliant. And it being so simple, it means that there's not a lot to actually make, but I am going to show you how to make the bread that was most commonly used for sandwiches at the turn of the century, the Pullman loaf. But I won't be
See,
making
this is
the
why you
jelly
guys
or
need
the
to
peanut
learn how
butter
to make
from
your own bread.
scratch, because both currants and crab apples are pretty hard to come by where I am living, and for the peanut butter, during this time period, you just run peanuts through the coffee grinder or a meat grinder, and I tried to run some peanuts through my hand crank coffee grinder, and I'm pretty sure that I destroyed the coffee grinder forever. Luckily, the Whole Foods near me lets you freshly grind peanut butter only using peanuts as the period recipes call for.
Wow.
Its gritty
did not know
texture
that.
evokes peanut butters of the past,
I'm gonna
back
check
when
my
they were
Whole
still
Foods.
called goobers. And I actually recently found out why peanuts were once called goobers while I was watching a course from today's sponsor, Wondrium. The series is called Food, A Cultural Culinary History, and is presented by none other than food historian and friend of the channel, Ken Albala. And it's actually the course that I back then listened to when I first started getting into food history. All of the courses on Wondrium are taught by experts in their field, and there is no one more expert in the field of culinary history than Ken Albala. He leads you through the entire history of food, all the way from hunting and gathering to food as big business today. And in one of the later episodes, he talks about peanuts and how they originated in South America, but then made their way to West Africa, where they were called ginguba.
Is it
These then
weird
made
to
their
like
way to North America
peanut butter
during
but
the
hate
Atlantic
peanuts?
slave trade, and the ginguba just became guba or goober. Every course on Wondrium is packed full of interesting tidbits like that, whether they be covering history or travel, culture, architecture, business, or literature. So if you want to start learning today, then sign up for a free trial of Wondrium at wondrium.com/tastinghistory, or just visit the link in the description, a free trial of Wondrium when you use that link. Now, with the peanut butter and jelly accounted for, let's tackle that Pullman loaf. I am going to use a recipe from
Yes,
Baker's
Cooper. I
Bread
knew
by
you were gonna
Paul
say yes.
Richards, written in 1906. And for that, what you'll need is 1 2/3 cup or 400 milliliters of water, 2 teaspoons of dried yeast, 6 tablespoons or 85 grams of lard or butter, 3 tablespoons or 35 grams of sugar, 5 cups or 600 grams of bread flour, and 2 1/4 teaspoon of salt. So first add the yeast and sugar to the water and give it a few minutes to bloom, and then add in the flour, the salt, and the lard or butter, and start to work the ingredients together until they become a rough dough. Then set it out onto a lightly floured surface and start kneading it until you have a smooth, soft dough. It's a rather sticky dough, so you may need to add more flour,
Major fan of
but
cashews. I don't
add
like
any
cashews
more
that
than
much
you
either.
need to. I promise it'll start to firm up
I
as
like
you
peanut
knead
butter.
it. After about 15 minutes of hand kneading, or 5
No,
to
I
7
know,
minutes
but
in
it's
a
like just
machine,
the-
set the dough into a lightly greased bowl and
This-
cover
this
with
hurts,
a wet
man.
towel. Let it rise until it's nice and fluffy, about an hour and a half, and while it rises, you can pull out your Pullman loaf pan. That is this, and this is really what makes a Pullman a Pullman. Other names for the bread are pain de mie, pain anglais, or just sandwich bread, but
Pain anglais?
Pullman is the most common that was around at the time, and still today, I think. When you see this, it's usually called a Pullman tin. It's said that the bread gets its name from Pullman train cars, where it was served. Pullman train cars were super luxurious train cars at the end of the 19th and early 20th century. And I'm sure that's true, but I like to think that it's because the tin kind of looks like a train car. But really, the Pullman loaf is special because when it's baked in here with the lid on, it has very little crust. And so it's pretty much perfectly square and has very little crust, so it's perfect for tea sandwiches, which were little sandwiches that they would cut the crust
Interesting.
off of
I might have to
anyway.
buy
So
one of those.
really, this is like the original Uncrustables, but you don't have to freeze them. So butter the inside of your Pullman loaf pan. Mine is 13 inches long, but they do make them smaller. If you do use a smaller size, you'll just have to reduce the amount of dough that ends up going in the loaf pan. Once buttered, knock the air out of your risen dough and turn it out onto the counter and stretch it into a large rectangle just slightly wider than your pan. Then roll it up into a log and press the seam together. Then tuck each end into itself,
If you get burnt
folding it
teeth.
over onto the seam, and then press the dough together. Then set the dough
not really
seam
just-
side
it's the
down
teeth.
into
It's
the
like-
pan, tucking it nicely into the corners, and
It's
then
like-
cover with clear plastic wrap and
Let's
let the
see.
dough rise again.
Freaking-
This time you want to let it rise until it comes up almost to the very top of the loaf pan. It's going to depend on the temperature and everything, but about an hour should get it there. Then remove the plastic wrap and slide the lid of the pan over the dough. Then set it in the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius for 20 minutes. And then take it out, remove
It's
the
like
lid,
right
and return
here.
it to the oven for another 10 to
Like
20
after, like
minutes.
let's say
just
you're
to let the
chewing and like
top
right up
brown
here, just
ever so
and it just
slightly.
gets stuck in
You
there.
just want this bread done, and you can tell when it's done by inserting a thermometer
Yeah, I
that
had to draw.
registers 190 degrees. As soon as it's done, take it out of the oven and turn it out onto a wire rack to let it cool completely. You cannot cut this bread when it is hot, so just be patient, make sure you're subscribed to Tasting History, and listen to me tell you about the origins of the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So the story of PB&J is really the story of three ingredients: peanut butter, jelly, and
Bread.
sliced bread. And of those three, the peanut butter definitely has the most interesting origins. Peanuts were grown throughout the Incan Empire in South America. And in the early 16th century, when a Spanish soldier and poet, Garcilaso de la Vega, encountered both the Incas and the peanuts, which at the time were called inchic, he was decidedly mixed on the legume,
It's always so
saying,
interesting.
if eaten raw, it causes headaches.
It's also interesting when I think about when people say like things like this, like when they found out or discovered it, and I guess technically because nobody else like verbalized it, but like, do you think there was people out there who just were like, you know what, man, let me crush these real quick, you know what I mean, and let's see what happens, and then they ended up making peanut butter, but not really.
But if roasted, it is tasty and beneficial. With honey, they make a very good marzipan from it. So at least as far back as 1500, peanuts were being ground up and mixed with honey. Not exactly peanut butter, but getting close, and it sounds delicious. So much so that the Spanish and Portuguese made sure to bring peanuts back to Europe and to Northwest Africa. And it was in Africa that they became a feature of many dishes, and so it's no surprise that they followed the Atlantic slave trade back to the west, arriving to North America with enslaved Africans in the 1700s. Now, was it still being ground into a paste? Maybe, we don't know, because like so much of history, it wasn't exactly written down, and so it's kind of lost. We don't have any more written records of peanuts being ground into a paste until the late 19th century. Now, George Washington Carver is often cited as the inventor of peanut butter, but of the 300 prescribed uses he gave for the peanut, peanut butter was not one of them. Credit actually goes to a Canadian, Marcellus Edson, who in 1884 patented a machine specifically used to grind up peanuts. But it was an American, John Harvey Kellogg of Kellogg's Corn Flakes, who popularized the food. Now, Kellogg had some rather unorthodox views on food, and I really need to do an entire episode just on him. But one of his ideas was he was a vegetarian and promoted vegetarianism, which isn't weird in and of itself, but his reasoning that meat was a sexual stimulant is a little different. And so he had other foods take the place of meat, including peanuts. But he found that when swallowed in small bits, they are practically indigestible. Experiments made by the German government show that even very small particles of nuts pass through the alimentary canal entirely unchanged. The mastication of the nut should be so thorough that it will be converted into a creamy pulp before it is swallowed. I'm sorry, but for a man who is obsessed with people not having sex, his writing is rather suggestive, don't you think? Anyway, people sort of found it difficult to make sure that they were crushing the nuts with their teeth to the point of digestibility, as he said. So he says the difficulty is overcome by converting the nut into a paste, or so-called nut butter, by crushing or grinding in a suitable mill. A suitable mill that he patented. And soon after, this peanut butter was being spread onto bread. In 1896, the Washington Post raved, "Have you eaten the very latest dish?" I say latest in every sense of the word, for it's a dish that goes with the midnight Welsh rarebit and is the newest and best sort of a sandwich. You take fresh bread and perfect butter. Then you have some fresh roasted peanuts. It's the fad to roast them yourself. Ground fine in a coffee mill. Next, you mix the ground nuts into a paste with a little sherry or old port. Spread them on the bread, and there you have the sandwich everybody is eating. A peanut sandwich you must have if you are to follow the fashion set, they say, by the wife of a cabinet member. So no jelly yet, but it did include sherry or port, and that makes me lament the dearth of alcoholic sandwiches on menus today. Maybe I'll add a little gin next time I make tuna salad. Probably not. But as it was, the peanut butter and wine sandwich never really took off because it was overshadowed by the flavor combination of peanuts and less fermented fruit. That same year, 1896, Fanny Farmer suggested a sandwich made with a fig spread and chopped peanuts inside. not peanut butter, but it's no surprise that just 5
It's
years
like-
later,
never mind.
in the magazine,
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna say it,
from
but it's like because I'm looking at the artists you sent me, Titan. Their work, right? And by looking at it, it's like their heads, the heads that they draw, just really wide. Interesting.
from the school that she ran, they finally came out with the first recipe for peanut butter and jelly sandwich, which is the one that we're making today. But even though there was a recipe for it, it turns out the sandwich just didn't really take off. First, the peanut butter at the time was very gritty. It wasn't smooth or even chunky, just gritty, kind of like almond butter is often served today. And I guess crabapple and currant jelly just didn't entice.
Almond butter.
Then there
I don't
is
think I've
the
ever had
added
that.
effort of having to slice
Even though I do
your
like
own
almonds.
bread. Exhausting. But there were solutions to all three of these issues coming very soon. First, the bread. It was Otto Frederick Roeder of Davenport, Iowa, who first realized that slicing your own bread was for chumps. So, after a few failed starts, including a fire which destroyed his prototype in 1912, he finally introduced a fully working bread slicing machine in 1928. A few companies started using it, but many of them thought that it was kind of a gimmick and frankly not that smart because once you slice the bread, it goes stale rather quickly, so why would anyone want that? But it turns out that pre-sliced bread is consumed a lot faster than unsliced bread, as are the things that go on it like jam and jelly, and so they sold a lot more bread and jam and jelly and the thing took off. It was soon touted as the greatest forward step in the baking industry since bread was wrapped. It was considered so fantastic that even today we still use the phrase, it's the best thing since sliced bread. So who knew that slicing your own bread was what was holding back humanity all those centuries?
I wonder
Now when it comes
where
to
that
the
saying
jam or
started.
jelly portion of the sandwich, well, that had been made for thousands of years with very little change in how it was done. But during World War I, the Welch Grape Juice Company, famous for what they touted as the national drink, that is juice, which had become popular in a country increasingly obsessed with the temperance movement, note that prohibition was going to start just a couple years later, they released a new product called Grape-A-Lade. This, they said, was
Grape-A-Lade.
neither jam nor jelly, but jam in jelly form. And it's basically grape jelly. And at first, it was only available to the troops who were fighting over in Europe. But as they came back, they did so with Grape-A-Lade. There was actually a Grape-A-Lade ad that said, "Thank the armistice for Welch's Grape-A-Lade." Yes, be glad that the death and destruction from the Great War is finally over, but you also get Grape-A-Lade. And this was soon followed by Peach-Lade, Plum-Lade, and Fruit-Lade, which was a mix of grape and raspberry.
Oh my
World
gosh.
War I also helped promote peanut butter as well because there was a shortage of meat. And so just as John Harvey Kellogg had touted all of those years, they replaced the protein with peanuts here on the home front. Then in 1921, Californian Joseph Rosefield applied the process of partial hydrogenation to peanut butter. This allowed it to stay blended at room temperature and not separate into the oils and the solids. Still today, the scourge of Laura Scudder's fans everywhere. The process was first used by Derby Peter Pan peanut butter, who could now churn the peanut butter into a
Peter
smooth
Pan peanut butter.
consistency rather than the gritty consistency that comes from peanuts out of a meat grinder. Then in 1932, Rosefield founded his own peanut butter company called Skippy and developed my
Skippy.
favorite style of peanut butter, Crunchy. But it was
I
the smooth
hate
peanut butter
crunchy
that was
peanut
really
butter.
popular
That's the
and
worst
became
kind.
the beloved food for school
I bet he
children
likes.
in
I bet
recipes
he
like
likes the chunky Trips Ahoy as well, man. Come on, man. Who likes that? Who likes crunchy? It's all about the soft cookies, you know. Like imagine they made a soft Oreo. I mean, I don't eat Oreos, but like imagine.
the peanut butter and tomato soup that I made when
I mean, I don't eat
recreating
Oreo
the
just 'cause,
Depression
you know.
era
I mean, I
school.
haven't eaten
But
cookies
its
in a while.
pairing with jelly still
I'm not gonna
hadn't
just say
taken
Oreos.
off in the school system and wouldn't
When was
for
the last time I
a
ate a
few
cookie?
years. First, peanuts had to go to war. Peanut butter became a common item in the mess kits of American soldiers during World War II. Another common item in the mess kits was Welch's Grape-Aid, and so it was amongst the soldiers that they took that peanut butter and the Grape-Aid and put them together between two slices of
so
bread.
the soldiers were like,
Time,
"Yo,
but that's when
I'm
it
hungry.
really
Let me just try
popular.
something
and
for
so
real."
when they got home, they still had that craving, a craving that I know all too well. That's because just like flat feet or a receding hairline, they passed it down to their kids. By the 1950s, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches became the de facto food for children when mom either didn't want to cook or when the kids had to fend for themselves. And the peanut butter and jelly companies made sure the sandwiches found their way into every school cafeteria in the country. In fact, when I was a kid, if you forgot your lunch or just didn't have a lunch at school for some reason, then they would give you a peanut butter and grape jelly sandwich between two slices of white bread that
Bro, he was lucky, bro. You know what we got as a kid? Like, if we didn't have, like, lunch and we weren't able to afford school lunch, you know what they gave us, bro? They gave us cheese. What the? Oh, they gave us cheese sticks. No. They gave us cheese dip with crackers, bro. Cheese dip and crackers. That's what they gave. Insane, bro. Insane. This man had a PB&J at least. At least.
Slightly smushed and kept at a temperature just above freezing, so it was really, really firm. And I miss that sandwich so much. I have been chasing that sandwich for 30 years and still haven't really found it. But maybe this recipe from 1901 will get me one step closer. So once your bread is cooled, slice it into rather thin slices. You need 3 slices per sandwich. Spread peanut butter on one, then jelly on another, and then stack those on top of each other and top with one more slice. And then cut that into finger sandwiches, and you're all set. And here we are, the first PB&J. So I made 2 here. I have the one with the currant jam as well as the crabapple jam. And I'm super curious about the crabapple jam because usually crab apples are like really, really tart. So I'm going to start with that.
It's dry. He needs some milk. Yeah, if he's still chewing. He needs some milk.
So first things first, she says to serve these with tea. No, they need to be served with milk. They're just too, you know, it's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You need something to wash it down with. Also, while I love the idea of the triple layer, I think that just 2 pieces of bread is better, unless this was toasted, which is actually usually how I like to do it. I like to do crunchy peanut butter, grape or strawberry jam, and toasted sourdough. The toasting just
what?
So
this man just like pain. No, bro. Toasted bread with crunchy peanut butter and sourdough bread. That thing is a brick. That thing. No, nah, bro.
So gooey. But the jelly, that crabapple jelly, it's not as tart as I thought. Granted, I bet they add a lot of sugar because the only ingredients are the crabapple and sugar and a little pectin. So it is pretty sweet, but you still get a little bit of that tartness that you might get from like a raspberry or something like that. Let's go with the currant jam. So I do prefer that, actually. It's sweeter, and the flavor of that jam just stands up better to the peanut butter, which, even though it's just ground up peanuts, has a really strong flavor here. I find it has a stronger flavor than if you were to get like Skippy or something like that. It's just peanuts in your face. But yeah, so I prefer this one over this one. Both very good. Both I would actually take out that second piece of bread. But as for the bread, it's so soft, and it's close textured because it's kept with the lid on, and that's the point. It's meant for sandwiches. There are no holes for things to really fall into. Perfect. Yeah, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Still one of, if not my favorite foods. I know it's so simple, but there's just something about it.
Classic.
Brings up memories. I don't know. So next week I'm going to be in New York City doing a book signing of the Tasting History Cookbook. So if you already have one or you need to get one, come
And
on
that was
down to
supposed to be
Kitchen
me.
Arts and Letters on
Right.
Tuesday,
I know, man.
the 30th at 5
I know,
o'clock
bro.
p.m.
They gave me a cracker. They gave me sticks of crackers with that, and I was supposed to hold out through the day. That is crazy, bro. They had me running around doing all this stuff, and I was like, well, I don't have any money because I'm an 8-year-old little boy, right? And they were like, okay, I guess you ain't eating today. That is so crazy. Breaking the original apple pie. Wait, whoa. Whoa. You know pie is my
We all
favorite.
know the phrase American as apple pie, but really it should be as English as apple pie. Because today I am making the first recorded recipe for an apple pie, which actually comes from 14th century England.
Apple?
So
What?
thank you to Factor for
Titan, send me
sponsoring
this one.
video
Come
as
on
we
now.
make a medieval apple pie. This time on Tasting History. Today's recipe comes from my favorite historic cookbook, The Form of Curry, meaning the proper method of cookery. And it comes from around the year 1390 and was compiled in England by the chief master cooks of King Richard II. So because a coffin being a type of crust that you would either cook food in or simply store food in. So why is it so vague? Well, the royal kitchens would have had dozens, if not hundreds of cooks working at any given time, and only the master cook knew all of the components of an entire meal. And they would often sit at the center of the kitchen, not doing any cooking of their own, but rather calling out orders to those who were doing the cooking. And on occasion, there would be a scribe nearby scribbling down some of what he said, and that is what the form of curry is. So it's kind of like writing down a recipe via a game of telephone where the person who's actually writing down the recipe isn't probably a cook at all and doesn't really know what they're doing. So it just leaves a lot up to interpretation, but the nice thing is anyone who actually made these dishes originally is dead, and so there's nobody around that can tell you that you've really done it the wrong way. So for my interpretation of this tart of apples, what you'll need is 3 pounds or 1.3 kilograms of apples, a mix of sweet and tart, 1 pound or a half kilogram of pears, half a cup or 80 grams of raisins, and half a cup or 60 grams of chopped dried figs. Now those last two ingredients would have been pretty pricey at the time because they would have been imported either from France or around the Mediterranean. But the spices are actually what would have made this dish. It is some sort of poudre douce, or sweet powders, which was a common spice mixture in the Middle Ages for things like this. Now this spice mixture would change from kitchen to kitchen and cook to cook, but my version of poudre douce is going to be 2 tablespoons of sugar, 1.5 teaspoons of cinnamon, 1 teaspoon of ginger,
powder?
a half teaspoon of nutmeg, a half teaspoon of cardamom, and 1/8 teaspoon of cloves. And
Wait,
yes, sugar
cardamom.
is considered a spice. In fact,
Cardamom. It makes me think of something. Like, is it like a Marvel movie or something? Cardamom. It's definitely a movie. Cardamom. Is it a Disney movie? Cardamom. I don't remember, but the first time, or the time that I can remember hearing that word, is from that movie or show. I can't remember though. That rhymed.
We just don't call it a spice because we use it in such. So start by chopping your apples and your pears. Of course you should remove the core, but you don't really need to remove the skin because it's going to be cooked so much that it's not going to matter. Also, the skins will be barely recognizable once we mash these up. The recipe uses the word ibreed, which essentially means ground, so you can mash them in a mortar or in a bowl with the end of a rolling pin like I did, or just put them in a food processor. It all ends up as a mush of fruit. To this mush, you add the raisins and the chopped figs, as well as the saffron water. Mix that in, and then add in the mixture of sugar and the other spices. Again, you can remove any of these spices or add others like galangal or even black pepper if you want. What spices to use would have been up to the cook then, and it is up to you today. And after all, variety is the spice of life. which is why I really appreciate the
Sponsor.
variety of meals from today's sponsor, Factor, who have recently doubled the size of their menu. Factor delivers chef-crafted meals straight to your door that you can enjoy in just minutes. For instance, for lunch, I can heat up a delicious meal like the sweet potato grits and sage chicken, well portioned, and portion control is always something I've struggled with, so Factor is a great solution for that. And I never get bored because they offer a rotating menu of over 80 weekly meals with options for every diet, whether you're going high protein, watching your calories, or trying to up your fiber intake. And right now, you can get 50% off by following my link in the description or heading to factor75.com and use my code TastingHistoryFB50. That is 50% off, plus you will get free breakfast for a year. That's free breakfast for a year, 50% off when you use my code TastingHistoryFB50 at the link in the description. And now, let us get back to that pie. So with the filling ready, it is time to make the crust. And there are lots of ways to make a medieval crust. Some were meant to be eaten. They would have eggs and even sugar or saffron in it. And then some were just meant to be a container and rarely were ever eaten at all. Today, I'm going to use a crust that is kind of in the middle. It's a hot water crust pastry. It is very edible, but it's also really sturdy, so we can get a nice standalone pie. So for this, what you'll need is 4 cups or 500 grams of flour, 1 teaspoon of salt, 1 cup or 235 milliliters of water, and 1 cup or 225 grams of suet or lard. So first, bring the water to a gentle boil on the stove and then add in the fat and let it melt. You can also add in the salt right now, but if you forget, like I did, then you can add it later. It's not a big deal. Once the fat has melted and it is simmering, pour it into the flour and start to mix it all together. Here is where I remembered to add the salt. Eventually, it will all come together and be cool enough to handle with your hands. And you want to knead it for just a minute or so until it becomes nice and smooth, and then let it cool for just a couple minutes until it's still warm but cool enough that you can handle it. You don't want to let it cool too much because it does start to get hard to work with if you do. And you still want it warm when you divide it. You want one large piece, about 3/4 of the dough, and then a smaller piece, about 1/4 of the dough. Take the larger piece and press it into a mold. You can use a cake pan or a springform pan. The great thing, though, about hot water crust is that it is very forgiving. Unlike a normal pie crust, which is like a hot house flour, you can't do anything to it or else you'll screw it up. This is more like Play-Doh, and you can just mash it in, mold it however you want. Heck, if you have a crack, just take a little bit more and patch it up. Just don't let it get too cold because it does become more...
You see, because I wasn't looking at him making it, I'm just trying to listen to the history. He said grab, I thought he said grab some crack. I was like, whoa! But okay, now I'm looking up at, okay.
More prone to cracking as it cools. Then once you have the main part of the coffin made, you can add your apple filling and pack it down. Then roll out the second smaller piece of dough and set it on top of the filling, tuck it in, and crimp the edges to seal the filling in. Then cut out a little hole on top or pierce it a few times to let the steam out. Then you can either bake it as is, or you can brush the top with a bit of egg to give it some nice color. In the Middle Ages, they would often even add saffron to make it more golden. Then set it in the oven to bake at 375 degrees Fahrenheit, 190 Celsius for 45 to 50 minutes or until it is bubbling on top. Now, while we're able to recreate many aspects of this medieval pie, there are some things we simply will never be able to, namely the fruit that is inside. Around the year 800, the Emperor Charlemagne named a host of apple varieties that he wished to be grown on his lands. The names of apples are Gosmaringa, Geroldinga, Crevedella, Spirauca. There are sweet ones, bitter ones, those that keep well, those that are to be eaten straight away, and early ones. Alas, while we know the names of these and other medieval apple varieties, most of them are either extinct or they've changed so much that there's no reason to think that they are the same now as when this pie would have originally been made. But it's clear by Charlemagne's list of apples that that fruit was very popular in medieval Europe. So, while our pie bakes and you make sure you're subscribed to Tasting History, let's take a closer look at the medieval apple.
Yes, thank you.
During the Roman Empire, apples were one of the many fruits which were cultivated all across Europe and Britain. But as the empire crumbled, so too did the apple orchards. See, apples are unlike most fruits. If you take an apple seed and plant it, the resulting tree will likely not be the same as the apple that the seed came from. The size, the taste, the smell, the color, everything can be different from the original apple. So to get a copy of that original apple, it needs to be grafted onto an existing rootstock. This is something that takes patience and skill, and at least by some accounts, this patience and skill were not something that those people replacing the Roman legions had. In 6th century Britain, for example, a monk named Gildas Sapiens, or the Wise, wrote a work which translates to the conquest and ruin of Britain. And in it, he goes on a bit of a tirade about the fall of Britain and how things are changing around him, and everything is collapsing, including the fruit orchards, and he blames it on immigrants, the impious Saxons, a race hateful both to God and men. Nothing was ever so pernicious to our country, nothing ever so unlucky. He says these newcomers don't care at all about husbandry, so the crops of Britain have all gone to pot, including the apple trees. Now, Gildas was a bit of a curmudgeon and probably overstated the loss of all the apples in Britain at the time, because in subsequent centuries there is evidence for non-wild apples being in existence where he lived. But many of these apples were probably not cultivated by the new Saxon farmers, but by monks like himself. Much of the agricultural knowledge known to the Romans survived due to the monasteries of Europe, as they were often committed to growing most, if not all, of their own food, so they never had to leave the walls of their monasteries. And when they would establish new monasteries, they would often take that knowledge along with the actual tree grafts with them to spread different types of fruit around Europe. This led to a renewed expansion of different varieties of apples, and many of these apples stayed within the confines of monasteries for a long time, until around at least 800, when the new emperor Charlemagne set out the Capitulare de Villis, or rule of land use, which decreed that the royal lands around cities should be used to grow food, and not just grains, but fruits. As for trees, it is our wish that they shall have various kinds of apple, pear, plum, sorb, medlar, chestnut, and peach. Now, surely the rise of these fruits and medieval horticulture in general cannot all be traced to this one act, but it was definitely influential, especially in France. And so, when the French, specifically the Normans, ended up invading England in 1066, they are thought to have brought a number of apple varieties with them. There were the Pearmain, Pippin, Faro, and Renette. Some of these names actually still exist today, though it's unlikely that they are actually the same as their medieval ancestors. One of the most popular varieties at this time was something called the Pomme Costard. It was mentioned on a fruiterer's bill for King Edward I in 1292, and in 1296, 1 shilling could get you 100 costard apples in the city of Oxford. And while that may sound like a smacking good deal, you have to remember that the average laborer made just over a shilling each week at that time, so those are some pretty expensive apples. Now, one reason that these apples, the costard, was so popular was that it was not only good for eating, but also for drinking, turning into cider, which I will get back to. As for eating, many medieval and Renaissance authors agree that apples were good for you, though very often not when eaten raw. Around 1500, it was written that a cook should beware of green salads and raw fruits, for they will make your sovereign sick. And so cooking apples was the preferred way to eat them, either stewed into an applesauce, or baked into fritters or pies, or roasted on the fire. They could also be dried. They would be sliced up and then strung on a string and left out in the sun to dry, and so they would last a lot longer after apple picking season. Though while most people did not prefer to eat them raw, there was one 12th century medical text that suggested it was good to eat them raw if you were backed up. When raw, they will the lower bowel move. When cooked, both food and useful physic prove. Bad are all apples, but the Appian kind, and ere you eat of them, pare off the rind. And 4 centuries later, the herbalist John Gerard confirmed this theory when he wrote, "They do not easily and speedily pass through the belly, and therefore they do mollify the belly, especially being taken before meat. Roasted apples are always better than the raw, the harm whereof is both mended by the fire, and may also be corrected by adding unto them seeds or spices." The apples in our pie are both mingled with spices and they're cooked, so we should be good to go. Now, he also suggests taking mashed apples and mixing them with lard and rose water, but not to eat, but rather to spread on your face if you have a bad complexion, namely if you have like scars.
I'll be back.
It says it
Give me
will
a second.
take away the roughness of
With the quickness. I have returned, like I said. But, yeah.
the skin. So good for eating and for rubbing on your skin and for drinking. Because
And for
apples
releasing.
were very often used to make both
And for helping
cider
release.
and verjuice. And it wasn't just the delicious apples that you could use, but also sour crab apples. Verjuice, meaning green juice, was essentially a vinegar made from apples, though it could also be made from grapes. It was used in a lot of cooking during the medieval period, but it was also used in medicine. When the plague first broke out in Paris in 1548, there was a treatise written on how to protect yourself from it should you be susceptible. The bodies most likely to take the stamp of this pestilence are those which are hot and moist, for they are the most susceptible to putrefaction. Hot and moist don't actually mean that you are hot or moist, but rather those refer to aspects of the humoral theory, the theory that there were 4 liquids inside of you that basically controlled all aspects of health, and if you were hot and moist, that meant you had too much blood or you were sanguine, and so you could either have it let out via a hole in your vein, or much easier was to simply balance it with something that had the opposite properties, like verjuice. Obviously, drinking the verjuice didn't actually cure you of the plague, but they did the best that they could. Now, more popular even than verjuice was cider. Alcohol was often made by fermenting apples or pears or really any fruit, and in rural settings was more often drunk than both wine or ale, as it was easy to make at home. During the month of September, it was traditional to gather up the crab apples on your property so that you could make cider. This activity was included in the 1573 work 500 Points of Good Husbandry, which says that in September you should geld bulls and rams, sow ponds, amend dams, sell Webster thy wool, fruit gather, grapes pull, for fear of drabs, go gather thy crabs. I had to look up 2 words in that. First was Webster, which turns out is not just the name of one of my favorite shows growing up in the 80s, but was an old term for weaver, and that makes sense why you're giving the weaver your wool. The other word was drab. Now, today it can mean, you know, kind of plain and everything, but even back then it could also refer to just plain undyed wool. But that is not how it is being used here. here it means an unclean, promiscuous woman,
Oh.
very often a harlot. This
Oh.
is how Shakespeare typically uses the term, like in Macbeth. Plain and everything, but even and that makes sense why you're giving the weaver your wool. The other word was drab. Now,
Drab?
today it can mean, you know, kind of plain and everything, but even back then it could also refer to just plain undyed wool. But that is not how it is being used here. Here, it means an unclean, promiscuous woman, very often a harlot. This is how Shakespeare typically uses the term, like in Macbeth, when the witch's brew calls for the finger of birth-strangled babe, ditch delivered by a drab. But why, oh why, would crab apples ward off this type of drab? I'm not entirely sure, but
Crab,
I have a
yo,
theory.
crab apples begin to. Let me not.
Should you end
Interesting,
up
though.
visiting one of
Very
these
interesting.
types of drabs, a harlot, well, then John Gerard suggests that you might benefit from an apple. For the pulp of roasted apples mixed to a froth in water and drunk by the court has benefited those with gonorrhea. Again, I'm
Oh
not
my
entirely sure
goodness.
that that's the case, but it
Oh
would
my
make
goodness.
sense. So, if ever you find yourself in that unfortunate situation,
You ever find yourself
might I
around one of them?
suggest you make this tart of apples from 14th century England. So should you wish, just before the pie is done, remove the outer collar from the springform pan if you're using one, and brush some more egg around the sides to give it a uniform color. Then bake it for 5 more minutes, then take it out and let it cool completely before serving. And here we are, a 14th century recipe for tart of apples from the court of King Richard II. It held up so well. You know, the filling, it's densely packed, but it's not spilling out. It looks pretty good. So, let's talk about this crust. So this was a coffin, and sometimes they were meant to be eaten, and sometimes they were not. They would not have been eating with this. They didn't really use forks in England at this time. So they would have used either a spoon or their hands, and so often the top would have been lifted off, and then the inside would have been eaten out more like a pudding kind of thing. So that's how I'm going to do it, though I am going to try the inside. Obviously, it would have been the whole pie. Let's take the top off. Here we go. That's really good. It's not too sweet. There's very little sugar in this. So you're getting all the sweetness of the apples and the pears and the dried fruits. And then the spices are really strong, but really pleasant. I mean, it has many aspects of a modern apple pie, but is also quite different. And I think whatever spices you use will really inform that. Like I said, you could use pepper in this or something like that, which would be very, very different from a modern apple pie and would,
Interesting. Yeah, that's what
would
I'm saying.
absolutely work.
Is there pepper in modern pie?
I also
don't think
really
so.
love the texture. It is more like a pudding of some sort, a compote. It's not too smooth, but it's smooth enough. There are just pieces of the dates and the raisins left. That was really good. As for the crust, the paste, you break off a bit. So hot water crust is definitely firmer. It's not going to be as, crumbly as regular pie crust. Flavor's really good. The flavor is that of lard, so, delicious. If you use suet, that works as well. You can add sugar if you want. You don't have to. But really, as it is, it works really well. So today, hot water crust pastry is usually reserved for savory pies, like a pork pie or something like that.
That's the first apple pie.
But it can be used for anything, and it just makes such a good holder, and that's what the
Apple flippin' pie. Wait. Terry's cousin lied. I hate crime for money. I don't know who that is, but I kind of want to see this.
I spoke to somebody who knows Trey Reed on a very personal level. His family has come out and talked about this situation. And out of respect of our private communication and his grievances, I'm not going to expose everything that we said in the private conversation that we had. But after this little clip, I'll tell you a little bit about what he told me regarding this situation. And there's been a lot of lies. Let's get into it.
And tonight, there are unanswered questions in the hanging of a Delta State University student.
Oh!
Good evening. I'm Megan West.
And I heard about this. But I want to hear it.
Troy Johnson, a 21-year-old, found hung in a tree on campus early this morning. That body found around 7 o'clock by a faculty member. The discovery led to all classes being canceled. The family of the victim, Trey Reed, described him as a quiet, light, sweet, and well-mannered person. They are asking for prayers tonight as Delta State students react to the unsettling news of his death. Authorities say the body of 21-year-old DeMartavian Trey Reed was found hanged from a tree by a faculty member near the pickleball courts. Word spread quickly throughout the Cleveland campus, leaving students and others concerned and worried.
Well, because I am a black student, hearing that happened to another black student, it really made me feel, it's make me feel unsafe. I do have to walk to class, and I like to go walk on the track. And it would be happy to know, like, what happened.
Delta State University Police Chief Michael Peeler says investigators found no evidence of foul play.
But pending an investigation, further investigation, and also from the medical examiner's office, we won't have more information until that part has been done.
And members of Reed's family are insisting on a thorough investigation.
Please do your research on this.
This is the part that I'd like to have a conversation about. I spoke to somebody who knows Trey Reed personally. This man was a liar. This is a fake guy. And he also made a GoFundMe in Trey Reed's name in order to profit off of it. This guy is a complete liar. He's a fabricator. He has no connection to Trey Reed at all. And I heard that directly in communication with somebody who was close to Trey Reed. Now, I'm not saying as far as the situation, if this is race related or if it was foul play or not, I don't know that, but I know that this dude is a liar.
Charlie Kirk situation right now. Let's go down to Mississippi. The name Trayvon Reed needs to ring all over the United States right now. 1, that is my cousin. 2, this is the second incident that has occurred within the last 5 years at this campus. Delta State University has had a run-in with me and their policemen. They tried to lock me up for no reason, and it didn't succeed in their favor. I went on a 9-month probation, and that's it. This year, just today, it was reported that my cousin was found hanging from a tree, and they trying to rule it as a suicide. Now, I just got off the phone with one of my cousins. She says she seen the reports, and it said that he was beaten and bruised. Both his arms was broken, and he had a broken leg. I'm gonna let y'all do the math. Now, this school has history for being racist. Even going all the way back to the 1980 situation that happened with the sit-in. I love to refer to that situation because that was one of the significant situations that happened with one of the black revolts that happened at their school. But still, I'm trying to be composed in this video, and I'm trying to keep it all together. But it's a lot of shit that happens on that campus that don't nobody do shit about. It was incidents before my incidents, my big incident happened and that I reported that nobody did nothing about. Somebody tried to report me for a hate crime, and they was the one being homophobic, transphobic, and being racist. And they was trying to lock me up until I had multiple people come out and speak against him. There was an incident that I reported that it was a group of white students in a white truck while I was a freshman. They yelled at me and my friends and called us a bunch of monkeys. Please do a deep dive on this. Please do your research on this. Do not let them sweep nothing else under the rug. Enough is enough. It is 2025 and bullshit after bullshit is still getting fed to us. Enough is enough. We gotta wrap it up.
His family has come out and said that so far there's been no proof of broken bones. That's not true. So we don't have any conclusive evidence yet. I don't know if there was foul play. I'm not sure, but I'm saying right now what I know, because I like to deal with facts. I don't like to deal with fiction, and I don't like to deal with assumptions. I know for sure right now, as of now, this man is a liar. People who are close to Trey Reed told me, and people who and his family that are making posts on Facebook currently are saying that they have no relation to this man, and they didn't even know that he was making these types of videos. When people were coming to them talking about broken bones, they didn't know what they were talking about because they don't know this man.
Not let them sweep nothing else under the rug.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Enough is enough.
Oh my gosh, bro, for real. Because I remember I saw some, like, a clip or something on Instagram about this, and they were talking about broken bones. This is crazy. But, like, is there a way that we can get through a, like a world? I mean, no, because with social media, everybody just has a voice that we don't even know who's telling the truth anymore.
DSU police requested assistance from the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, Bolivar County Sheriff's Office, and Cleveland Police Department. Meantime, students hope they can get answers about Monday's shocking and unsettling discovery.
I'm a nursing student. I have to walk early mornings or wherever the case may be. So it's just about just knowing what happened and knowing
how to move on campus. You know, continue try to be out and be seen and be noticed, or if it's probably safer to stay in your room, and you know, like, we just need to know how to move. Or do we need to go home?
Well, no schools in the area were put on lockdown. Police say there is no ongoing threat to campus safety at Delta State.
How do you know if there's no ongoing threat to campus safety if you haven't finished the investigation yet? Finish the investigation first. And I want to be clear, my stance on this is neutral. I don't know if there was foul play or not, because no one knows if there was foul play or not. Out of respect for his privacy, I blocked out a few things, and I'm not going to show the full conversation, but if you look, it says today at 4:45 p.m. I literally just got done doing this. I said, yo, bro, I'm a YouTuber, and I wanted to know if the man that claimed to be Trey's cousin is his real cousin. He said, no, they're not related at all. Alexis S. Reed, so I'm assuming she might be related to Trey Reed, said, rumors are spreading so fast in Trey's incident, I'm going to state that his family hasn't stated anywhere that he's had any broken body parts. The family doesn't have any information nor answers to what happened. We are waiting, so therefore don't say the family said anything. This is extremely emotional. Stop sharing false stories. If you want to do anything for the family, just say a prayer. There's no GoFundMe made from the family, and it's a scam. And it's funny because when I spoke to the person that I spoke to, before I seen this, I told him that I wanted to donate to a GoFundMe if they actually have an authentic one. And he said there is no GoFundMe. We just want prayers, and we just want justice.
So somebody close to the Trey Reed family has come out and said that the broken bones are a false rumor, and that the family asked that rumor stops going around. They've hired a private person to do the autopsy report to try to get a new autopsy to see what's going on. I removed my old video because I don't want to monetize off spreading false information. I don't want to do that. So I did get a little worked up and jumped the gun, bro, because I really can't stand racists. Like, I don't like, I know what real racism look like, and I don't like that.
One, that is my cousin. Two, your ass fucking lying.
It's funny how he said it. That's it. I'm just laughing at how he said it, guys.
One, that is my cousin. Two,
your ass fucking lying. I'm gonna tell y'all this just like this, bro. My mama I don't even feel like getting into this shit. That's not that boy cousin. Trey didn't even fuck with him. How I know? Because I actually talked to his people. Matter of fact, I just got off the phone with one of his cousins. Had to break it down to her what the fuck happened, because she don't know what the fuck happened. So I had to tell her what happened. Right? She also talked about you, cousin. Nigga, y'all not related. His grandma don't know you. His mama don't know you. She don't even know you. Cousin. Oh, and let me tell you what your cousin said too. Not only that you using my nigga name for likes and views and fucking clout and shit. Nigga, you started to go fund me?
crazy.
A GoFundMe, nigga? Where that money going? Cousin? It better be going to your grandma, cousin. It better be going to your auntie, cousin. Where the fuck that money going, boy? Huh?
Spreading awareness is one thing, but getting on this app and fucking lying saying that Trey Reed was your cousin and
Oh
he's
my gosh. Am I? Oh my.
fucking not. That's weird as
She
shit.
is dreaded up.
That's weird. If y'all don't know who I'm talking about right now, the dude that went viral.
She is dreaded. Oh no, this is off topic. I'm just like, oh my.
His post probably had like 1.5 million views saying that Trey Reed was his cousin and spreading a bunch of false information. That's weird. That's weird as hell. That's why I reported all of your videos. Spreading awareness is one thing, but claiming to be the family when you're not, and then potentially open up a
I
GoFundMe.
mean, she could be light skinned.
That's weird, bro.
So this is a very sensitive situation, guys. Give it time and let the investigation clear up and get done before anybody comes to any conclusions about anything. We are living in the age of information where people can lie at the drop of a hat, and sometimes when things are inflamed, it's easy to believe stories. I've fallen victim of it. I'm sure everybody has at this point. So guys, there is no conclusive evidence. Everybody just wait until the investigation is finished, until we know what's going on. And even if they do say that there was no foul play, look in deeper and find out if there could be some type of foul play. And if there was somebody who did this to him or some people who did this to him, I hope that they deal with the same thing. I hope that they have the same thing happen to them that they would have.
Oh no.
Bada bing, bada boom.
No. I don't want to watch this video. Oh my gosh.
Bada bing, bada boo.
There is a thing called a job side effect. For example, if you work in video editing, when you watch an action movie, you might not even be able to get into the action scenes where the entire town is blowing up, an alien swoops in from a UFO to kidnap children, because you are just so focused on how much every second of the special effects is costing the studio. You cannot see anything past it. That is what is commonly referred to as a job side effect. On Reddit, a few funeral directors have gathered to talk about their job side effect, which I will warn, it's very grim, it's morbid. I can see how funeral directors would not be able to function if they felt and reacted to death the same way a normal civilian does, so there would be no funeral homes if that were the case. It's natural to compartmentalize your job, and sometimes they've developed these very strange side effects because of them. One funeral director says on the forum, "Sometimes I find myself accidentally figuring out mixtures for living people, or thinking about how well they would embalm."
Oh
Side
my
note,
gosh.
a mixture refers to the customized blend of embalming fluids, and each time it's unique to the body, based on the weight, time of death, tissue condition, because sometimes you want to add a little more of this or a little more of that to try and restore some firmness or color to somebody. Or other times, you're trying to figure out the best mixture for keeping the tissues from dehydrating. You want the deceased to look as, quote, healthy as possible. That's what they say, so their loved ones can pay their respects. Side note, that includes putting Vaseline on eyelids, as that helps with making sure they don't look dry. And oftentimes, the embalming mixture is this very orangey color, because apparently that gives the healthier glow. That's how they're describing it. Someone else agrees, commenting, "Sometimes I decide how I would set people's features when I'm talking to them, and then I don't realize it." Embalmers have to set the features and arrange facial muscles into restful or natural expressions, and that's a big part of the job. And a very big side effect, a lot of the funeral directors are saying, Honestly, it's not even the embalming process, which is, you know, one of the more technical things. A big side effect is that you learn very specific ways to deal with human grief. And it's done in a way where you have to compartmentalize. Like, I know some people are going to be like, oh my God, these funeral directors are so insensitive. But you would not be able to do this job and help these families if you felt every little pain that everybody felt.
Yeah, on a daily, hourly basis.
I mean, a lot of busy funeral homes, they have at least one funeral a day. There's no way that you can sit there and really soak in all these feelings. That would be just too much emotional trauma. Like, you would never make it.
Yeah.
One funeral director online states, I mean, at the end of the day, though, it is a business. It's not a social service. It's a lot to coordinate. And you have to learn a lot of these small talk lingos. We like to call it a small dark wedding because you pay for the production. You know, people shouldn't be surprised because it's supposed to be a memorable event, and memorable events are expensive. And so you learn these little ways of talking to clients. For example, you learn very early on not to say things like good morning, good night, happy holidays when you pick up the phone, or when you hang up the phone, or when you say hi or bye to any customers who walk in. Additionally, phrases in their experience that don't do well, they say they cringe every time they hear people coming to other loved ones' funerals and saying this to the grieving families. It typically consists of, they're in a better place now. They say, don't say that one. Or at least they're no longer in pain. Or I understand. And interestingly enough, one of the funeral directors writes on Reddit, the words, I'm sorry? Yeah, unless you're apologizing for something you've done, don't say those words. Especially if you're a funeral director too.
So, did they say what are you supposed to say?
Just, hello.
Oh.
We're here for you if you need anything. And it's a little strange. And they've seen so many eulogies, they've seen so many people passing by, they kind of have an understanding of how things work. And it's very, very rare that a eulogy is to go viral, especially when it's not dedicated to a politician or a celebrity that's passed. I don't think I can name off the top of my head a eulogy that's gone viral in recent years or any years, except for this one. This eulogy is given for the joint funeral for a couple by the name of Kristen and James Brock. Both of them were killed in their sleep, and the killer is still on the loose when this joint funeral takes place. People are psychoanalyzing everything about this eulogy. Even body language experts are going on mainstream media, news platforms to talk about the things that they're getting from the delivery of this eulogy. I mean, they say, quote, we're not seeing these short gasps of breath, you know? They're never touching their face. They're not wiping away the tears because there aren't any.
We're not seeing upheavals of emotion. We're not seeing those gasps of breath.
And throughout the entire eulogy, their tone stays strong, just burning right through this, talking fairly quickly. Seems like they're trying to get to the part where, it's almost like they're trying to get to the part where they talk about themselves again. There are no pauses to gather themselves or anything of that sort. Other netizens are more focused on what's being said. They get up there, and this person making a heartfelt eulogy at the funeral states, this isn't going to be easy, but bear with me because I stutter a lot. I just wanted to say goodbye since we never got the chance to. I was so used to you guys always being here that I never once thought to imagine y'all not being here. Your heart will finally be healed in heaven, and neither of y'all will be in pain anymore. Although that gives me so much comfort, your fight is not supposed to end here. Thank you for all the life lessons you taught me. You were such a beautiful soul with so much gratitude. We can't always choose the music life plays for us, but you can choose how we dance to it. Kristen Brock was always dancing, and they will save a seat for me in heaven, like they saved a seat for me in this very church.
When someone tries to tell you anything, no matter how important it could be, just listen, because you never know when it's somebody's time to go. You could say goodnight and wake up a few hours just to find out they aren't there, despite their joy and their love. So just listen.
And never take a hug or anyone or anything for granted, and love with all that you have in you. And lastly, my take of not taking people for granted, I want to thank my family, also known as my cat family, my grandparents, my siblings, for helping me through my worst nightmare.
And last but not least, I want to thank Tasha, Bree, Nate, Lane, Kimberly Hayes, Kim Bowling, Katie, and most of all, my father, Angie, and Ben for making such a big difference. I love you guys. I'm sorry.
A loved one who was present at the funeral is sitting front row, states, that was weird. because not a single tear was shed. So the entire time that this person is up there, the eulogy is said in a shaky voice as if they're crying, but she's sitting there saying, I didn't see a single tear. And she says, quote, what is the voice that they're doing? That sounds like crying, but I don't see a tear. No tissues, never wiping the face, never getting rid of tear marks. Eyes are not red, no snot, they're not crying. The family member in the first row states, it was one of the weirdest things that I had ever witnessed. But not even just that. Apparently, this person gets off the podium and goes one by one, greeting the loved ones of the deceased and giving them each hugs and saying, I'm sorry. And that brings us to the question. Why is 17-year-old Sarah Patrick apologizing to everyone when her mother and her stepfather were killed that night, while she and her little sister were asleep in the same house? And why will she be arrested months later after this funeral for killing the two of them and posting TikToks about it?
Oh my gosh. Wait, mute. Copyright. Oh, I don't know how I did it that way, but it still did it. Oh my gosh.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the SAFE Project, a national nonprofit dedicated to building collaboration to address the addiction fatality epidemic and prevent overdoses. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. There are brief mentions of illegal substance abuse, so please watch with your own discretion. Today's case is currently ongoing, so if there's any new developments, we will do our best to keep you updated in the pinned comment, but this is the information that we know up to the date of publishing. All opinions, speculations, allegations are all representative of netizen sentiment and not my own. I'm just here to present the publicly available details and a lot of the online discourse that's happening surrounding this case so that you guys can come to your own conclusion. With that being said, someone has been arrested, they have been charged, they have not been tried, and they are maintaining their innocence. So everybody is innocent until proven guilty. That is how it works in the justice system. So with that being said, let's get started. There is an interview room in a police station that is just not like the others. Each police station, from what we have seen so far by all of the interrogation footage, it varies. Some police stations have standard interrogation rooms with table, chairs, a board of some sort. Other police stations, they like psychological warfare. I don't know who came up with these rooms. They'll have clocks that are broken on the wall, or a tiny little space where the subject is going to start feeling cornered after a long time because they're blocked from the exit by two buff cops just sitting on the chair next to each other playing good cop, bad cop. This room, not like the others. In fact, it's actually kind of cozy. It's really off-putting. You've got the entire police station, you've got the desks of the officers, you've got the interrogation rooms, you've got the little jail cells, and then you have what looks to be a random living room in the middle of the police station, but it's not a break room for the cops. It's an interrogation room. Well, an interview room. There's
like an open, like, seating area?
No, it's closed.
Oh.
But it's like a living room. You open the door, it looks like a quaint little living room with armchairs, usually a rug, lots of artwork, pastel colors. The lighting is less harsh. It's not like that bright fluorescent light that you see in police stations. It's almost like that warm, no overhead lamp type of light. And it's because that is where you bring in children. You bring them in and you have very specific investigators who are adept at asking these kids the right questions without leading them
She's 17,
to figure out what they saw and what they know.
Yeah, but
February 20th, 2025, police get a phone call. And it is from 16-year-old Sarah
16.
Patrick, who is stating that her 41-year-old mother, Kristen Brock, and her stepfather, 45-year-old James Brock, are dead. This 911 call has yet to be released, by the way, but she is effectively stating that her little 5-year-old half-sister, let's call her Bella, she is the child of Kristen and James Brock. And Sarah Patrick is only Kristen Brock's child. So that's her stepdad, and this is her half-sister. Her 5-year-old half-sister, Bella, comes into the room, and she's like, you need to call the police. Like, something happened to mommy, something happened to daddy.
Oh my gosh,
she calls the police, and it's too late. The couple had been shot 5 times in their bed in the house that all 4 of them had just been sleeping in. This is first thing in the morning. Not only did this 5-year-old little girl find them, but she heard the gunshots too. And it's interesting because the very first thing that the police find a bit fascinating when they're talking to this little 5-year-old girl, and later when they talk to 16-year-old Sarah Patrick, is how the hell did the little 5-year-old girl hear the gunshots, but 16-year-old Sarah slept through them all? She claims she didn't hear a single gunshot go off in this little house. There are certain questions I think that you just can't really ask people. I mean, maybe you can if you're an investigator. I just feel like it's a thing that you learn as a kid. When you're a kid, you ask the first thing that pops up in your mind, and then your parents scold you, and you're like, you're not allowed to ask people that. You can't ask someone why their feet are smelly. Like, that's rude. Come sit down. There are lists of questions that technically feel harmless. It technically feels like you just want to know. For example, what percentage of your thoughts do you think are actually original versus recycled from things you've heard or read? It's like technically harmless, but it just feels kind of inappropriate. That feels a little like you're attacking me. Or if you had to assign a monetary value to an hour of your time based on what you actually accomplished, what would it be? Or do you think your face would look better or worse if it were perfectly symmetrical? And then you have the list of typical ones. When are you due? Are you pregnant? Have you gained weight? Do you still have a thing against smiling more frequently? Are you really going to eat all of that? Those are things that you're technically not supposed to ask, even if you genuinely have a curiosity that means no malice. Like, you're not coming from a bad place. And there are a lot of questions that people apparently wanted to ask Sarah Patrick on TikTok. Sarah Patrick reaches out to a TikToker by the name of Allegedly Reportedly, and she DMs her asking her to, quote, search up the Brock case. It's kind of a straightforward, contextless, maybe even cryptic message. Allegedly Reportedly responds to her, and Sarah keeps messaging her, giving her more information about the case. Kristen and James Brock, they're my parents, and out of nowhere, a random Thursday night in February, someone came in my house with me and my 5-year-old sister, shot my parents, brutally leaving them for me and my little sister to wake up to. Well, technically it was a Wednesday night because I found them on Thursday morning on February 20th, 2025. Allegedly Reportedly responds to her, telling her, I am so sorry. I cannot imagine. I will absolutely research and cover their case. Please, please take care of you always. She makes a video on it, and Sarah comments, thank you for spreading awareness. Sarah's very active in the comment section, which makes sense, but one person writes, this is a random netizen. From an investigative standpoint, it would seem that it was someone who knew them, hoping for answers in swift justice. Sarah likes the comment and responds, most definitely was, since they knew the house. She's saying, yeah, I mean, whoever did this to my mom and my stepdad, they knew them because they knew the layout of the house. They knew where they were sleeping. So yeah, I agree with you, commenter. Like, they knew my parents. At this point, nothing is particularly making you question anything of any sort. There's no, ooh, I probably shouldn't be thinking this question, or even let alone asking it in the comment section. At face value, at this point, everything seems normal, even on Sarah's dad's Facebook account. So it gets a little bit confusing, but this is Sarah's biological dad. He and Kristen Brock, one of the deceased, shared 2 children together, Sarah being one of them. They've been long divorced. That is why Kristen has now married James, Sarah's stepdad. So he's even posting, like, anything will help. Please keep sharing this case because we need to find the killer or killers. They're still out there. To which someone comments, I still can't believe no clues, no prints, feet, hair, anything. I mean, by this point, months have passed. The funeral has passed. Months have gone by. No arrests have been made. The police have been pretty tight-lipped about everything. Sarah is on TikTok reaching out to true crime content creators because she's like, no one is talking about the case, and the police are not going to get tips if no one even knows that this happened. I live in a small town in Georgia, like 45 minutes west of Atlanta. I don't know what to do. No one's talking about it. Sarah takes her dad's Facebook account to comment back. It's Sarah, by the way. I know, it's hard to believe it, and there's got to be something. Hopefully the police are just not telling us anything for our own sake. It seems like she's very involved online of being the push of getting this case out there, which again, seems very natural. Kristen's father has come out to say, so this is the mom's dad, the deceased dad. This is Sarah's maternal grandpa. He says, this is just so horrendous. You just can't imagine someone would come in and just take the life of 2 good people. And I want answers. What's going on? And clearly the cops, they want answers too. I mean, it's not the most common occurrence that a police officer will attend a funeral that's associated with a case that they're working on. It's not unheard of. Usually it happens when you're dealing with organized crime. A lot of former like mob bosses, organized crime families, they've had a lot of undercover law enforcement show up at funerals of people that are involved in the enterprise, if you will, to study the network, the food chain. Sometimes undercover investigators will show up to victims' funerals if the killer hasn't been caught yet. But it's not protocol. It's not necessarily required, but it does happen. And they're watching just for anything strange. They're also lurking on social media, trying to see if anything feels off. Clearly, Sarah's biological dad, the ex-husband, a usual first person of interest, biological father of 2 of Kristen's kids, contentious divorce battle, custody battle. He writes on Facebook, it's not fair. It's
when
not.
did he write this?
This
Years
is like
ago?
a month after
Oh,
the murders. It's not fair that they're not here. It's not fair for the kids. It's not fair for the families. I'm sick of waiting for answers. I can't wait for them to catch the assholes that did this. Please excuse my language, but I'm angry. He posts a blurry sonogram photo where he writes, exactly 17 years ago, it was the happiest news. Me and Kristen received the happiest news of our lives. And it says February 21st, 2028. And that was a sonogram of
2028.
Sarah
Oh,
Patrick.
2008.
And he's saying almost exactly 17 years from the date that this sonogram, the doctor's appointment, happened, she was murdered. And that was like the best day of my life and the worst day of my life. He's saying she was taken away the exact same day. I was just going through the baby pictures and noticed this. And other than that, it doesn't appear that he was acting suspiciously or strangely after the murders. The police kind of rule him out. However, they do notice that something odd occurs at the funeral. From a recording of a eulogy given by Sarah Patrick, the daughter of Kristen and the stepdaughter of James. The eulogy itself starts off, well, I don't want to say typical, but it's like what you expect. Sarah states, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Sarah and I'm Kristen Brock's daughter and James Brock's stepdaughter.
Although there's nothing we can do to bring them back, we still have control over how we treat people with us today. Therefore, when someone tries to tell you,
No lie.
no matter how
I mean, it's not easy to see, but like it doesn't look like she's crying. Like her face is so still.
it could be, just
Like her
listen,
eyebrow
because
area,
you
because
never
usually, you know, like in more, like this is obviously a more exaggerated way of showing sadness, but I feel like her face, like what I'm seeing, her face is like this. And she's just talking. It doesn't, and I mean, some people are like that, but she, like, it just doesn't seem like she's crying. From what I can see, because it's like kind of like not really clear.
You can say goodnight and wake up a few hours
Okay, right there, She just hit it. She just hit us with a good one.
just to find out they aren't there.
There's some interesting parts to the eulogy, like when she states, as for my mother, everything we went through does not define what kind of person or what kind of mother you were. You were a beautiful, kind soul with so much gratitude.
Why would you even say
And it
that?
just makes the police kind of tilt their head.
Okay, why would you say that?
You're saying like even during that time when that's happening, the cops are already getting some kind of vibes or being
That's a weird thing to
alerted?
say.
Yeah, because the police, it seems like the police are on the same page as a lot of people on the internet. And a lot of people on the internet didn't want to ask the questions because they didn't want to be perceived as being rude. But it's just a little weird of a eulogy. What does it mean? Like, regardless of everything we went through, it doesn't define what kind of person or what kind of mother you are. Also, in the eulogy, she's not breaking down in tears. She sounds like she's crying, like she's choked up, but she's not crying. She's not wiping away tears. She never has to collect herself or take a breath to catch her breath. It's just slightly weird. And then she has this whole like thank you list, like an Oscars speech at the very end,
That's
where
what was
people are like, what's
interesting to me
happening?
too.
And then her very last 2 words are, I'm sorry.
I love you guys. I'm sorry.
And so people thought, ooh, it's just a little weird. But again, people grieve differently, so it would be inappropriate to ask, hey, what are you sorry for? Hey, why did you list off all these thank yous to these random people? Hey, why are you wearing a light blue baby doll dress at a funeral.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the deceased didn't want all black at their funeral. I know that's been a thing recently where people don't want grim colors for the celebration of their lives, but people thought it was weird. But it's, again, one of those questions that you just don't ask. You don't ask someone how much money they make over the dinner table, and you don't ask someone why they said I'm sorry at the end of a eulogy. And you also don't ask them, how could you not hear the 5 gunshots if you were in the house?
5 is crazy.
There's a TikTok video with a link to a...
I was about to say maybe... Because sometimes I'll, like I have like music playing, right? It's not like soup, but gosh, like blinking shot. No, that's like loud. It's loud, and I feel like even silenced, it'd be like I'd still hear it. It'd be loud, you know. I don't know. 5? I don't know, bro. Unless she's like an extremely heavy sleeper.
Where you hear everybody singing happy birthday, and it sounds slightly sad and pretty eerie. The words on the screen read, don't ever take your family for granted. That voice you once thought was annoying is what you may end up falling asleep to every night. And the only way you can hear it again is our video. It's not good enough. I just want my mama.
Birthday to you.
And it's Sarah Grace posting collage photos of memories with her mom and her stepdad. Another TikTok video shows her with mascara running down her cheeks. Like, it's pretty dramatic, almost like you would imagine like those animes when people cry and then you see the mascara running down, almost like liquid coming down, and you see the tear streaks. The caption reads, please send prayers for healing and for a break from everything. I'm so tired. I should probably delete this later. And because a lot of people who found Sarah Grace through allegedly, reportedly, or through some of these TikTok accounts that are reporting on her parents' case, they want to ask, but they also don't want to ask. And a lot of people wrote this in hindsight. They're like, hey, when this was all going down on TikTok and she was actively posting TikToks, I really wanted to ask, why are you filming yourself crying?
Yeah.
But I didn't, because
But so
I
there are
felt like that
people
was
like that in this
rude
world,
to
which is
ask
wild.
like the grieving daughter of someone who was murdered, but it just felt weird. Another one is her crying in a dark room with very puffy eyes, and the words on the screen are, what do you mean I can't call my mom? And then another one that says, I sleep so I can see you. Or another caption that reads, but at nighttime, when there's nothing to do and the house is empty, I always think about how much I needed them.
This is too much.
And it's just collage photos of
posting,
her
I feel.
typically crying, or there's
Like I
one
said,
of
there's
her
people
just
like
like
this.
hugging her mom's old t-shirt, and it always has a trending audio with these like slideshow words of the collage involved.
Like she's still trying to.
Where she uses the trend. They
yeah,
don't know
she's
it
using
yet,
trends.
but a year from now, me and my 5-year-old sister would find them wrongfully shot dead in our home, and they won't get to watch me graduate high school, see me walk down the aisle, or even say goodbye. The caption reads, I miss you guys. Save a seat in heaven for me. Or others are just pictures of her mom and stepdad with words that say, just want to go home. I feel so homesick and I miss them so much. I can't stand the fact that I can't see them anymore. This sucks more than anything possible. I feel like I'm in a horror movie that never ends, and on top of everything, I still have no answers. I'm so confused on how someone could have done this, and even more confused on why them. Why? Just why? How could they?
So everything is words, just words on the screen. She's never talking. though.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a few, it does get weird because at some point she does transition into posting videos that are not about the crime. I mean, this is like months. She doesn't
I
get
know.
arrested until July.
But it's weird
This happens
to me.
in
That's the
February.
thing. It's throwing
So
me
for
off.
months, she's posting variations of this, and then I think there were
But
like
like she
one
said,
or
people
two where she's lip syncing to
differently.
words, and she seems like every other 17-year-old on TikTok. But majority of her posts were these little collages, or they were videos with the trending audios and then some words on the screen.
Was she getting a lot of attention from these
100%.
posts? Like, are they going all
Probably.
viral?
They actually went viral
Yep.
after her arrest.
Oh,
And then
okay.
they got taken down. And then an account reposted them, but you won't see like a lot of the original comments.
Her account's gone, or
Yeah.
those posts? Okay.
And she will post them writing things like, I'll never forget her last speaking with me. She came into my room. She's referring to her mom. when I was in bed watching a show and she told me goodnight in this deep voice and was acting silly. I should have hugged her, and when James talked to me last, he told me I love you and goodnight through the door. It tears me apart that I didn't open that door and give him a hug. I need my mom more than ever now, and I know that I can't get closure because nothing will bring them back. If you know something, please speak up and help me and my family heal. It hits me when I see my 5-year-old sister crying for her mommy and daddy. I'm sick of waiting for answers. I can't wait for them to catch the assholes who did this. One of the TikToks that she posts, this is the one where a lot of people wanted to ask a question, but they said that they didn't want to ask the question because they didn't want to be perceived as insensitive or rude, or they didn't want to make it seem like, but it was a genuine question that I think a lot of people had. The first picture of the slideshow is her posing in a mirror selfie. She's wearing sweatpants, a cropped corset looking shirt. She's got maybe like half of her midriff out.
Crazy. 17.
It's not like particularly salacious. I'm not trying to be like, oh my gosh, it was so scandalous. I think she dresses like anybody else on TikTok.
Which is wrong.
But it's of her posing in front of the mirror. She's got all of her makeup on and she looks like she's about to go out. The words on the picture read, "You're just thinking it's a small thing that happened." So this is another trend. It's like you write this and then you show all the things that happened, and it's not a small thing that happened. It actually has like catastrophic consequences in your life. It's like a canon event. Which is a trend, but people thought it was kind of weird that she's referring to her mom being murdered in the house that she was also asleep in as like, you just think it's a small thing that happened. I mean, maybe she's just misusing the trend, which is maybe odd at best, but it's weird that the very first picture of her is with her makeup on and looking relatively put together, and then the rest are just slideshows of her bawling. Some people are saying, well, that's the point of the trend. You're supposed to show yourself normal, and then as the trauma progresses, and that's the trend. Others are saying it's still kind of weird that she's doing these trends, but then others were arguing, well, maybe she's doing those trends because she wants attention on her mom's case to get it solved. So there was a lot of back and forth, but a lot of people just thought it was maybe one too many crying videos, but they didn't feel like they were in the place to judge, which I agree. Another strange thing that people had questions about is there was someone commenting asking Sarah, what was the weapon? Water gun emoji or knife emoji or question mark, meaning like what was the murder weapon?
Well, you don't know.
And Sarah just comments back, water gun emoji. Some people thought that was very weird. It's also been reported that whenever someone commented that they were sorry for her loss, she would just respond, don't be. Now, this is pretty contentious. People are like, yeah, well, that's exactly what I would say too. Like, you don't have to be sorry. You don't have to like ruin your day, but I'm just trying to tell you this information. Others are saying, it just feels weird. Like, what do you mean don't be? It's just something nice that people are saying. Instead of saying thank you or like, yes, please keep a lookout on the case, you say don't be. I mean, it gets to the point where eventually one body language expert states that Sarah seems too much in her element when she's creating these crying TikToks. He says, if you and I have tears, we wipe them away. That's what normal people do.
She doesn't. She wants you to see what she's going through. That's why she's got the mascara on and letting that leak down as well.
Maybe it's harsh, maybe it's accurate, I don't know. They also point out that her picture that she takes and posts on her way to her parents' funeral. So she's like taking a selfie in the car on the way to the funeral. And she's like, I can't believe this. I can't believe I'm going to the funeral right now. Her eyes aren't red. This is what the body language expert states. Her muscles are tense in the way, but they're not tense in the way that someone who's actually grieving looks. So a lot of, when you're grieving, there's a lot of tension in the mouth area, in the lips. They get downturned, there's pressure. It's almost like you're holding it in your jaw. And then it's like
I'm just,
loose,
I don't like,
but kind of tense.
I'm just thinking, because they said they still don't know exactly what happened, right? Like, she's in custody now. I mean, we should probably wait until the end before I start
outer corners of your eyes. She,
if I remember,
according to him, does not appear to be in true grief. That's what he believes just looking at that selfie. I mean, take that as you will. I always take body language experts with like all the salt grains in the ocean.
But these are all hindsight, right? This body language, okay.
So no one is saying it at the time because those would be questions that you really just cannot ask.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think body language experts are interesting. I think it's fascinating, and I do think that there is a lot of truth to it in the sense of I'm sure a lot of humans do hold tension in specific areas when they have certain emotions because that's how we learn to express ourselves.
Yeah.
And we all kind of adapt to each other's facial expressions. But people's mannerisms are so unique and personal, and people could have different abilities with moving their facial structures. It's just, there's too much room for error.
Yeah.
But I digress. Some of the bigger questions in this case, though, even one of James's family members states this. What strikes me as weird is she didn't seem afraid in any of her TikToks. Killer is still out there. You were in the house when your mom and your stepdad were shot and killed. Killers are still out there. Not once did she post, I'm scared. I'm afraid. There's a killer on the loose and the town needs to be afraid. We don't know what they're going to do. We don't know who these people are. We don't know what they're capable of.
I can play, if I'm just, playing the other side or devil's advocate, is like, because of how desensitized we've been in this world. I mean, but that's like too close to home because that's her parents. So I feel like, nah, I can't even play devil's advocate on that one. That's, they were in your house, and depending on how close your room is to your room was to their room, they could have just went to your room right after. So terrified, bro.
Capable of. What are the police doing? There is not much fear. It's more so, I can't wait for them to catch these assholes. Please help me catch them. She also states this is James's niece, so the stepdad's niece. She has no blood relation to Sarah Patrick. And she says
she lost her mom. She deserves to be sad, but the weird TikToks just kept getting more weird. So, I mean, what are you supposed to? It's very, I don't know what to say about it. I mean,
Sarah comments on another TikTok and she says, I'm Sarah. So she's referring to one of the true crime creators talking about her. And she's like, when they said that I'm awake, I actually went to bed around 12 p.m. I think she means 12 a.m. that night as the latest. And I first heard the alarm no more than like 10, 20 minutes before I went to bed. So she heard this like alarm go off in the primary bedroom. This is James Brock's LVAD machine. He's got a heart machine that he's always plugged into because he has really bad heart problems. He had open heart surgery multiple times. He was waiting for a heart transplant. And that alarm will go off for all sorts of things. It does seem like that alarm is slightly sensitive from what I can see online because you have to be because, I mean, he could literally die from his heart not working properly and pumping blood. It's a machine that helps his heart pump blood.
Wow.
So if that stops, he will pass. So there's alarms that are embedded on this machine. And she said that she heard the alarm go off maybe like 10, 20 minutes before she fell asleep. And she kind of mentions it's like a common occurrence. It goes off. They have to fix whatever's wrong with it. Sometimes it could be like administrative. Sometimes it's not a big deal. If it is a big deal, then the alarm gets louder. You go to the hospital. She thought it was just like a normal day. She goes to bed. She says, I was already really tired and I wasn't hardly even able to hear it due to my TV and my sister's TV and my heater. Plus, my door was barely cracked open when I went to bed. So she's saying she went to sleep super early, heard the alarm go off, and then just knocked out, didn't hear anything else until she was woken up by her 5-year-old sister who was like, oh my gosh, we have to call the police. So people, they don't ask, but they kind of want to ask, how did you not hear the 5 gunshots?
What time was the shot?
We don't know.
Okay. What time was she woken up?
This was like 8 in the morning, 7 in the morning.
Okay.
Now, what's interesting is that these LVAD machines, I was looking into it, and the initial alarm that goes off, it's at around 85 decibels, which, to put that into perspective, it's like a very loud garbage disposal in operation if you've got like watermelon rinds in there. Eat a watermelon, put it in the garbage disposal, turn it on, it's like that whirring sound. Or it sounds like a lawnmower from several feet away, like those handheld lawnmowers. Or it's louder than a normal conversation. Maybe screaming, but it's not like a blaring siren. It's not like the fire alarm in an apartment complex is going off on a Saturday morning. It's not that loud. If you're in the same room, it would be impossible to sleep through it. It will wake up deep sleepers. That's the whole point. It's loud and at a frequency that it will cause ringing in the ears if you're listening to it for prolonged periods in the same room. It's uncomfortable because that's the whole point. If you hear it go off from maybe a room away, it's probably comparable to a typical TV volume when you're inside the room. So let's say you're sitting in the room and you're watching TV. It's going to sound that same volume when the alarm goes off in the next room. She says that she hears the LVAD machine before she falls asleep, but she doesn't hear a gunshot, or the second, or the third, fourth, fifth. A gunshot, especially fired indoors, is going to be around 160 decibels, depending on the gun, give or take, in the house. But that would be like standing next to a jet engine at takeoff. or if multiple jackhammers were operating simultaneously in your kitchen, in your house at the same time. A single jackhammer is around 110 decibels. This is 160. This is much louder, and it's even louder indoors because it's a confined space with lots of walls, floors, ceilings that reflect sound waves back through the rooms. According to gun experts, they say it's virtually impossible. And when you look up the house that they live in, it's a 2,000 square foot house. It's not a Jeff Bezos mansion with like 25 different levels and a guest house for the chief of staff. This is a very normal house. It's 2,000 square feet. And she says she doesn't hear any of them. One gunshot is 100 times louder than a smoke alarm, 1,000 times louder than a vacuum cleaner. The vibrations are so strong that it can rattle the windows. If there are neighbors within a few hundred feet of the property, which there weren't, but if there were, most likely they would have heard it as well. In fact, depending on how close you are, you could experience pretty severe discomfort in your ears for at least a few hours, if not the entire day afterwards. The only reason you would not hear this, experts theorize, is 3 things: severe pre-existing hard of hearing, unconsciousness, or extreme intoxication or heavy sedation. That's it. That would be the only way. There are a few other points of contention that happen in hindsight, like the fact that Sarah writes in her DM to the true crime creator. I think it would be a really big hit because the only person who posted about it made it as the first image you see when you Google their names. Plus, I can give you intel, just I can't give you anything that could break the case. That's what the cops told me. A lot of people feel like, I mean, there's a lot of debates on the wording of this. I would say that majority of netizens think it's crazy. It seems like she wants to get TikTok famous. She's trying to tell everyone it's going to be a big case. It's going to be a big hit. It's going to go viral. We're going to be on trending. And it just seems weird to be the daughter of someone who was found brutally murdered in the same house. However, on the flip side, I feel like I mean, because I get a lot of emails of people that are requesting that we cover the case, and the Rotten Mango team goes through it. And I think that sometimes people are trying to throw out anything to get your attention. And whether they think you're chasing views or whether they think that you're doing this or that, it maybe is like, here's an incentive for you to talk about it. Like, just here's everything I can think of for you to talk about it. I can give you like special information that nobody else has. Like, you're probably gonna get views. Like, it could be a desperate attempt to get people to talk about it because she wants the case solved. That's been a very big debate from what I can see, and I'd be interested to know your thoughts. Other points of contention are the fact that even at the funeral, she is wearing a light blue dress that some people felt was not appropriate. To be fair, it doesn't seem like everybody was adhering to this like black only rule, but one comment reads, "It looks like she purposely chose a dress that makes her appear younger and innocent." I will say the dress is it's like a baby doll dress.
Yeah,
and
it's bright.
those are trending again.
Like really bright.
So I don't know if it just happens to be on par with the trends. I don't know if it was more psychological than that, if she wants to appear younger. I'm not entirely sure. But it is, some people think, inappropriate, even in its color for this funeral. In July of 2025, the sheriff's office in Carroll County, Georgia, holds a press conference.
Today, we can confirm that an arrest has been made in the case. Kristen Brock's 17-year-old daughter, Sarah Grace Patrick, has been taken into custody and charged with 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault in connection with the deaths of her mother and her stepfather.
The Carrollton Police Department are being quite vague.
I had my leftover food heating up and I forgot it. Crazy.
Vague, which is normal for the police, but like, let me tell you, when I say this case is very vague, it's so vague. They keep referencing the idea that they have a mountain of evidence. We don't know anything about said mountain of evidence. Sarah did not confess. Sarah was not even arrested. Her family is a little particular about the wording of this, but a lot of news media reports are saying that she turned herself in, which almost has an insinuation of guilt attached to it. Like, she turned herself in, she's saying, hey, I did it.
This is why I'm like thinking, what if the sister, bro, on accident? I know it's 5 times, but I don't know. Because if she would have found out something about the sister, she probably would confess. But I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I want to confess.
But she's 5. That's what I'm like, where the heck do they have this gun at? Or this weapon at?
I'm coming to the police myself. Her dad is saying that's not at all what happened. We follow the rules. The police were like, hey, we're just going to create warrants for your arrest. So unless you come here tomorrow in the morning, we're going to bring the marshal's office to you. We're bringing the U.S. Marshals to you to arrest you, and it's going to be a big whole thing. So he's saying it's not that Sarah turned herself in. She was told, like, you got to come in, and she was just following the rules. I think that they're very particular about one insinuates guilt.
Got it. So that's the dad, right?
Yes, the biological dad.
Right. And so is he supporting Sarah, or?
He thinks that Sarah is completely innocent. He states that the investigators conducted a 4-hour interrogation of Sarah, which he states that he didn't even approve of. He said that the investigators kept asking him, like, hey, do what you need to do. If you need to go out, get a phone call. If you need to go out, get a drink. If you need to go out, take a smoke, go be my guest. So he goes out. He takes a smoke break, comes back in, and the officers are interrogating his minor child without him being present, which he says is crazy. But he lets the conversation continue for about 4 hours because they kept saying that Sarah was giving a witness impact statement. So they were pretending to be very friendly until that 4-hour mark hits, and he says that they just start slamming down photos, crime scene photos, of Kristen and James with gunshot wounds laying in their bed.
At the end of it, they started throwing pictures of her parents at us, her stepdad and her mom, deceased with gunshot wounds.
That were taken by crime scene techs when they came to the scene.
So I stopped the interview and told them that we were not going to talk no more, and they let us go. I asked them if they were arresting her, and they said no.
2 hours later, we get a call saying I have to turn her in by 10 o'clock in the morning or else they would send out the U.S. Marshals. He says he's upset because they just followed the rules. Sarah did not turn herself in. A lot of people actually support Sarah. And I would say a lot of people that know Sarah support Sarah. However, the growing number of people that either call into question her motive or call into question her culpability in its entirety, it's growing online. Every day, the Facebook page is growing. It's a private Facebook page. I stand with Sarah Grace Patrick. Every day, there's more threads on Reddit. Every day, there's more comments on TikTok that seem to be like, well, I don't know. Maybe she's not guilty. One of the best pieces of financial advice when I was just starting out in the world, I think I was like 18 at the time, was time in the market beats timing the market. That means steady investing and compound interest versus risky day trading and trying to time the stock market. Those don't even compare. Time in the market beats timing the market every single time. Build or at least in my opinion, build an expert financial portfolio to make sure you're investing wisely and not wildly with Acorns. Acorns is the financial wellness app that helps you invest for your future, save for tomorrow, and spend smarter today. They make it easy to start doing more with your money. In fact, you can start automatically investing with just your spare change. You don't need to be a finance whiz or like a big shot on Wall Street or a finance bro. Everyone can invest regardless of their financial background, as long as they just start. Start and continue your own financial journey with ease. Sign up now and Acorns will boost your new account with a $5 bonus investment. Join the over 14 million all-time customers who have already saved and invested over $25 billion with Acorns. Head to acorns.com/rotten or download the Acorns app to get started. Paid non-client endorsement compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 2 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorn Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/rotten. It's very interesting. A family friend of Sarah's says her father walked in with his daughter in that police station, not knowing what lied ahead for his child. She never confessed anything. She was working with detectives to find the people who murdered her mom and stepdad. She trusted them because that is who she is. And all these people talking about her apology at the funeral service, saying I'm sorry at the end as an admission of guilt, as some sort of confession. That was very normal for Sarah. She would apologize over everything, even if it wasn't her fault. Sarah's dad says in an interview,
You can sneeze on my daughter and she'll tell you, I'm sorry. You know, she says I'm sorry to everything, not just to the eulogy, you know? Really, I mean, you could step on her toe and she'll tell you she's sorry she was in the way. That's just the type of girl she is.
Others also comment, when she was probably saying I'm sorry to James Brock's family, some people are saying maybe she didn't mean it as like I'm sorry that I killed him, but more so like I'm sorry that you're going through a loss. Because we don't see any reports that she was saying it to people that were related to her mom. So maybe it would, I don't know if that changes things, if she was going to everyone that knew her mom and was like, hey, I'm sorry. Because that would be a little strange of, no, we should be saying that to you if anyone's saying it. But perhaps she was saying it to James Brock's family because she just felt sorry for their loss. I don't know. It's a little unclear with that one. I don't think saying I'm sorry is an admission of guilt. The investigator on the case later tells a reporter, it seemed odd. It was more like a speech. And at the end she said, I'm sorry. Was that I'm sorry because I may have done this? Or is it I'm sorry because I was upset during this eulogy? We may never know. But they said that it did raise alarms. A close family friend argues, though, I have known Sarah and her family since Sarah was in middle school. She and my daughter are best friends. She is very much just a child. I mean, no one online knows her background, her story, and what she's gone through. A lot of people think that Kristen and James Brock were not great parents to Sarah
Yeah, that's what I was
Patrick,
thinking.
and that Sarah Patrick probably had a very rough upbringing. If you go through Kristen Brock's Facebook page, you'll see that Kristen's dad, so this is Sarah's maternal grandfather, is standing by her also, stating,
if they had something concrete, they would have arrested her a whole lot sooner.
and that has been a big point of contention. Again, the police keep saying they have a mountain of evidence, and this is not me advocating, stating that I believe someone is innocent or not innocent. I don't know what the police have.
Wait, so it took them 5 months to arrest her?
People think that is a lengthy amount of time. I will say that Carroll County, Georgia is a very small county. I don't know how many people are on their police force. I don't know if they have the facilities to process a lot of information and evidence quickly. I do know that the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, was also working on this case, and they are somewhat a little bit faster, I would think, than a small department like Carroll County. Some people did think it was weird that it took so long. Now here's where it gets a little bit weirder. The murder weapon was nowhere in the house.
Yeah, so this
the gun
is the
was
thing
not
that's throwing me
found
off.
in the house. So that would mean that if Sarah were to be the killer, she would have shot her parents and then disposed of the gun. But what's even weirder is that's totally feasible. That could totally be something that happened, right? But nobody knows if the police even found the gun.
Yeah.
They've been very strange about
okay,
it.
so
And
they
I mean,
could've-
sometimes police are vague for reasons. And this is a very sensitive case where it's getting viral online, and she's a minor.
Yo, I have a
But they're
question.
saying we
I
can't.
know I just threw it out there, but if the little sister something, but I have a question. If the little sister did somehow do it, what would the cops do? Like, what would they do? Pack their bags and leave? I don't know. And the thing that's throwing me off now is especially what we saw with that last episode, the last series from her with the corrupt cops and everything. I'm thinking, what if they found the weapon, they found everything, they know it's not her, it was somebody else, but they know that they need, because of the fact that she publicized it everywhere and now everybody's talking about it, they need to solve this. They know it was the little girl. Listen, I know it's just random. Let's just say they know it was the little girl, but they can't charge her, and they can't say it because they'd be like, "Are you guys dumb?" So they said it was her, so that they closed the case. I don't know, because they can't. What are they gonna do with the 5-year-old little girl? Yeah, you know that little 5-year-old girl? Yeah, she the one who did it. Huh? For real? Yeah, she somehow did it. I guess it was like near the glove stand or something, and they did it, right? And what if the 5-year-old girl woke her sister up after doing it, or her sister walked in on her doing it, right? So then she hid it and then called the cops and said this. Because if she didn't do it and her little sister is the only one who was in the house with them, she's 5 though. But like, what if the little sister was up because of the noise, and then she saw it out, like maybe on a drawer or something, and did it? I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Can't really comment on that.
Who? The
Good
police
question.
can
Yeah, I
comment
don't
on
know,
that?
bro.
Yeah, they're like, people are asking, have you found the murder weapon? And they're like, we can't really comment on it. So what does that mean?
Yeah, because we know what it is,
Nobody
right?
knows what that means. Are they trying to lie because they think other people are involved? And maybe they're trying to find the owner of the gun? Maybe it has like defaced serial numbers? I don't know. Or does it mean they haven't found the gun and they don't want to admit to it, because that would be like, hey, what do you mean you haven't found the gun? Another thing that people point out is, if they suspected Sarah Grace Patrick of being guilty from the jump, from the get-go, which is what a lot of people think, because she stated from the get-go that she did not hear gunshots and police thought it was strange. Why didn't they test her hands for gunshot residue? Maybe they did. But it's just, I think they're not really helping themselves in this case, at least online. I'm not saying in the trial. I think in the court system, it's probably best if they don't reveal every information that they have. But at least on terms of online, people are weirded out. If they had tested her hands for gunshot residue the day of, if it came back positive, that would have been an arrest instantly. They also took her phone early on in the case.
Oh, okay.
So she was using her dad's phone to post on Facebook and to post on TikTok. So if they took her phone, I mean, you would imagine that teenagers are not great at covering up their crimes.
Exactly.
So you're saying, like, again, there's so many opportunity to arrest her very early on.
Yes, but it could also be argued, this is a county that does not deal with a lot of homicides.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You're talking
too.
about
Like,
a very
this is
sensitive
small-
case where a minor is going to be charged with double homicide, 2 counts of murder, and she's going to be tried as an adult. I think
Yeah, 'cause
if they
she's
believed
17.
that she was not at flight risk, perhaps they wanted to dot their I's and cross their T's and get everything absolutely perfect before they made an arrest. However, some netizens argue that as well, saying, what do you mean? They just let her roam about for 5 months? Because if she's capable of killing her own mom and her stepdad, I mean,
can do
she's
somebody else, too,
probably
probably.
at flight risk, considering she was jumping around from family home to friends' houses. She was going to a friend's house in Alabama. It seemed like she didn't have a permanent residence. She had nothing tying her to that town. And you hear a lot about teenagers that run away.
Yeah.
So
But you said GBI is involved in the case, or was involved?
It seems like they processed a lot of the evidence, but I don't think that they're involved in the sense of they are leading the investigation. But they are being sent evidence and they are processing it and sending results back. What that evidence is, we don't know. And again, I feel like this almost sounds like I'm advocating to maybe question her innocence. That's not what I'm doing. But also, maybe that is something I should do more, because everyone is innocent until proven guilty. It's just, this is the conversation that's been online, and it's been growing every single day. I would say initially when she was first arrested, everybody, it seemed, was on board with that she's guilty.
Yeah,
People didn't
because she
even
was
want a
moving
trial. They're like,
pretty sus.
forget the trial, forget innocent until proven guilty. No, she's guilty. Look at her TikToks. But now every day, every hour, it seems like there's more comments being like, wait, what's the mountain of evidence? Or new people that are coming into this case that are like, wait, I'm so confused. So they haven't even found the murder weapon.
Yeah.
What's the evidence that they have against her? So there's 2 sides to the argument. Some are saying maybe they've got no evidence. Others are saying maybe the evidence is so strong they don't even need to tell the public about it. But Sarah's side of the family is adamant that she did not do this. And if she didn't, who did? Sarah's dad says in an interview,
Sarah knows more than most people know. The only thing that she could think of was there was drug deals go wrong.
her mother and James Brock had fallen into some drug abuse.
You know, they ripped somebody off a couple months before that. And Sarah thought that it could be that person. When I say drugs, I'm not talking about like, you know, the hardcore drugs. From what I understand, it was over weed or something like that. But
I mean, still, you know, drugs is drugs. But
and she was telling the investigators that the whole time.
I was gonna say,
when we
'cause
talked
I
to
don't know
the
if people are taking
investigators,
people
they
out for
said
that,
that
but yeah,
they had
still.
already talked to them and said that they counted them out.
He continues, even just a week before their deaths, my son told me about an incident where a friend of theirs pulled a gun on them right before Valentine's Day.
And my son witnessed it. That's my son, and he's not just gonna make stuff up like that. He brought that up to us, that the family friend that had pulled a gun on James in the kitchen, and they asked him to leave and make him go walk the dogs.
Dang.
The police have stated that there were no signs of forced entry, but the family do often sleep with their doors unlocked. However, Sarah's dad says he took a picture of the front door.
Simple question. This is what I was going to say earlier. One of the things I was saying earlier. Does he have a gun? Or does he have a weapon? Because where the heck is she getting it at? I mean, she's 17, and, you know, she probably knows somebody who's in that. But, I mean, like, does he have one in the house? Because that would have been the easiest thing to do. Can we state that? Because I think logically speaking, it'd make more sense for him to have one, and then she used that one. Or somebody used that one. But if he never had one, then where the heck did it come from?
And he believes it looks like someone tried to break it open. There is no confirmation that this is accurate, meaning we don't know when these marks could have been made. We don't know if this was from a week ago. We don't know if it was from that day. However, some people think that Sarah's biological dad doing interviews is actually making her look guiltier. At one point, he talks about James's LVAD machine, stating that it was a constant thing that always went off. He heard it go off during dinner, sometimes when they would go out to eat together. He says that it wasn't too loud. So netizens are confused because Sarah stated that she heard the LVAD machine go off, and now her dad is saying it wasn't too loud. So she could hear that, but she couldn't hear gunshots. And Sarah's dad said, speaking of gunshots, they don't have a weapon.
Okay,
again,
so
we
perfect.
don't know if this is just the police telling him. We don't know if this is him speculating. We don't know what the police have.
Do we know where the room locations exactly, or not really?
Okay, this is another part where people thought that Sarah's side of the family was not doing her any favors. They kept saying that the house has an odd layout. I went on Zillow, and the house looks like all the bedrooms are kind of in one section.
Oh,
And
you see, listen, this is the thing. I know I'll be saying I want to live on a farm, but a house like this?
Went on Zillow, and the house looks like
Oh no, I'm not talking about the structure of the house. I'm talking about the location. Look it.
all the bedrooms are kind of in one.
Just trees. Oh, nah. I feel like my farm, I'll have like a nice little place right there, right? And we'll just have some land, you know what I mean? Maybe a little, like a forest or something around, you know? But like how it is like this, oh no, this is shady because I feel like somebody could just be peeking around like one of these trees. You know what I mean? I know, you know.
Section.
I don't know.
And even
Look. Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Wait, is that a dog? Oh, probably.
it's not. It's a 2,000 square foot, one level house.
A singular trampoline? Trampoline? Oh, nah.
Okay.
But even if it
Oh,
weren't,
single floor? Oh, yeah. I mean, no, yeah. Even if it wasn't, like, you still hear it because of the echo. But, like, you most definitely feeling it.
a one level house, like a single level residence, 2,000 square feet, you would probably hear gunshots.
You'd feel it, bro. Not just hear. You'd feel it, bro.
Again, we're not talking about a 50,000 square foot commercial building.
Yeah.
Even then, you probably could hear.
Yeah, that gunshot is weird. So the bedrooms are not in like opposite.
Man, you hear, like imagine because I know I'm just gonna make it easier to understand. Imagine like a firework. Like you be hearing fireworks outside, you be thinking they be, you know, popping, right? Now imagine a firework popping off in your house 5 times. Whoa. Nah, you getting up. You definitely getting up.
It doesn't appear so.
Part
I mean,
of the
there's no floor plan to the house, but James's family who have been to the house say the bedrooms are all in the same area. Like they're all in that same section. The only thing that's confusing is now some netizens are questioning whether or not the 5-year-old heard the gunshots, because if the murder weapon had not been found, it could have been a silencer on it. But if the 5-year-old heard the gunshots, then Sarah should have too. So that's where it's kind of tricky.
Unless
I feel like
she was drunk, because they said it would be hard to hear if, and she's 17, you know. She probably, I don't know. And the drug dealer, maybe, I don't know. You never know.
the 5-year-old heard the gunshots. That doesn't seem like something a 5-year-old could even grasp an understanding of like gun. It's very.
I mean, I don't.
She probably just heard loud noises.
Gunshots are loud, but
Yeah.
is it possible that someone can sleep through that? Is what I'm trying to imagine.
Experts are saying either A, the 5-year-old did not hear gunshots and maybe heard something else that startled her awake, and there was a silencer on the gun. Or B, Sarah is lying because there's no way, unless she was drugged, unless she wasn't in the house,
Got it.
that she did not hear those gunshots.
Ooh.
So
she could have probably, I mean, but her sister woke her, like came to her, right? She said, so never mind.
The experts are saying you are 100% will be woken up.
Yes.
If there's 5 shots in your house.
It's kind of like I guess you could really argue it to the grave, like Jen McCabe does with a lot of her arguments in the Karen Reed case. It's like, yeah, you could be like, no, the forensic evidence doesn't know what it's talking about. But ultimately, it's like, most people are like, come on.
Got it.
There's no way.
Got it. Yeah.
Unless there was a silencer. So the dad is saying, they don't have a weapon. There has been no weapon found. I mean, they searched that property for days and days, and there was no weapon found. Again, we don't know if this is true. Some netizens feel sympathy for the dad. They say, I definitely understand why he's in denial. However, we need to learn to hold our children accountable. Or some people are commenting, I feel very sorry for the dad. I hope for his sake his daughter is innocent. Others are commenting, why would he let her be interrogated without an attorney? He just needs to keep quiet. He's making things worse for her. Some netizens just say, I guess I'm just going to wait to see the mountain of evidence. And so a lot of netizens have then taken to trying to figure out Sarah Patrick's motive. I do want to make a firm note here. This is a very sensitive part of the case that I was kind of struggling with the Rotten Mingo team of like, okay, do we talk about this? Because this is a big part of the conversation right now as it's developing, and I can foresee that it's probably only going to get bigger and probably bigger up until the trial or if she pleads guilty. Because we don't talk about it doesn't mean that it goes away. I do want to make a firm note, though, that when people search for a motive, that does not mean that they're in search for an excuse for the perpetrator, nor are they saying that any motive would justify any sort of crime, especially one as extreme as double homicide. I think the pursuit of understanding should not be mistaken for endorsement of actions. I think a lot of people sometimes confuse explanation as justification, and those two things are entirely different. Humans are sometimes wired in weird ways to want to make sense of things and actions that should not be confused again with making peace with said things. There is a quote that I get drawn to for cases like this, which is, the examined crime is not the excused crime, rather it's the one less likely to be repeated. So with that being said, do I think sometimes people like to cross that line? Yeah. I mean, I will say that perhaps with this case, that line gets crossed a few times. And I'll let you know when. But there are a lot of people trying to understand what the hell is happening. Like, if Sarah Patrick killed these two people, why? Why would she do that? It doesn't even make sense. And I think the biggest thing is Sarah Patrick was 17 years old. Even when her mom passes away, her stepfather is gone, she's kind of free. She's roaming about. There's not like one firm guardian. Even the police confirmed it. Like, she's 17. She's free to go wherever. It doesn't seem like it's this, oh, you've got 10 more years in my custody and I'm going to say, no, you can't have a boyfriend. It doesn't seem like that. It seems like she could probably just leave and not live with them. So why go to this extreme length?
This is another theory that I had. Another theory that I had, because she said she has a 5-year-old she says she has a 5-year-old little sister, right? What if no, because that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I was going to say, what if it was going on some weird stuff and the dad was, you know what I mean? Some weird stuff, I don't have to talk about it, but what if the weird stuff was happening and she had enough and took him out, right? But why the mom? I guess, what if the mom was making excuses for him? I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Underlying mental health condition. Was there some sort of big vendetta against them? Is this just a teenager snapping? I think a lot of people are trying to make sense of it. A family member of James's said in an interview that she does not believe that Sarah is innocent. So it seems like Sarah's side of the family believes she is innocent, including Kristen's dad.
Sarah's grandpa.
Yes, the deceased father. He's
Believes that she's innocent as well. Wow.
Yes. Now, James Brock, they have no blood ties. This is his stepdaughter.
Yeah.
They believe that Sarah is guilty. And a lot of people believe that Sarah is guilty. They say, first of all, how did she not hear the gunshots? It just doesn't make any sense. The family also states, I mean, Sarah's side of the family is going around town telling everybody that the house had a weird layout, but no, it didn't. That's not true at all. All of the bedrooms were close together. It's a rather small house. She says, quote, I'm not out here with a measuring tape, but if I were to guess, between the doorway to the parents' room and Sarah's room, maybe 8 feet. She also says that she's not going to name names, but I quote, I can say that multiple members of Sarah's family have come to us privately and said that Sarah was involved. That's a lot to me. That says a lot to me, because if you're going out on that kind of limb, and I will say that James's niece seems very honest. Her name's also Kristen, so it gets a little confusing, but she just strikes me as someone that's not trying to just put all the blame on Sarah because it seems like the best way to grieve. It seems like she genuinely wants answers, and they've led her to this path. And it seems like she probably knows a lot more than the internet does. But she states, you know, every time I was around Sarah, she's very sweet. It's not like she's this crazy teenager that she's like, oh, she's so crazy, she's weird, she's losing it. She's very sweet. She was very open to talk to whoever was around. She struck me as a sweet girl. She did. But I didn't live in that home with her, and so James had said multiple times that you don't know the real Sarah. He didn't go into detail because, to be honest, when he would tell my mom that, she'd be like, oh, James, you never raised a teenage girl before, and you're not supposed to think anything more of that.
But he said multiple times, she's not the sweet Sarah that you guys see. She's not who she puts online. You don't know the real her.
And then the eulogy at the funeral was so strange. She adds, there were tears everywhere at that funeral. Everybody couldn't get through their speech. My mom needed a friend up there with her just to get through it. And I think it's weird that Sarah, after losing her mom, gets up there in her dress, did this big, long speech, and didn't ever shed a tear. Didn't ever stop to gather herself. I think it was very weird. At the funeral, it was just kind of like a big, wow. She says, I don't think at the time any of us had a solid theory. We didn't think it was possible that she acted alone, and I still don't believe that she did, because it just seems odd that she would be the one to pull the trigger.
Interesting. So they believe that there's another person.
Yes. And a lot of people believe that, and they think that is maybe why the police have been very vague about everything regarding this investigation. So let's go into people's theories of the motive. Again, motive is an explanation to actions, not a justification to actions, especially in this situation where it seems like Sarah does have other family members. She's 17. It seems like she was able to walk out of this house if she wanted to. It does not seem to be a self-defense. Like, this is not that. So there's really no justifying, but these are the theories online. The first is, this is the main one, that she wanted to be TikTok famous. There were pictures of her previously, before the crimes happened, where she is
There are people like this. That's a good theory. There are people like this.
Syncing to songs, and there is like an Oxygen true crime documentary playing in the back. People have taken this to say that she was someone that was obsessed with true crime, and she wanted to become the grieving daughter and to gain attention, sympathy, love, and adoration through the internet through that way. She was using her dad's phone because her phone was confiscated. She was promoting her TikTok page on her dad's Facebook. She was posting on her dad's Facebook. And it's very interesting because I will say that James Brock's side of the family, when they were posting, it was very much like, spread the word, $5,000 reward, spread the word, spread the word. Sarah would say, yes, we need to talk about it, but a lot of it were trends, trending audios, TikTok sounds.
I mean, she knows
a little bit more of that side versus like, can we please talk about it? Can we please raise awareness? Can we please talk about this case?
But the trends are still weird. But
so a lot of people have felt that is part of maybe her motive of trying to become TikTok famous. The fact that she's reaching out to TikTok content creators to ask them to cover her case is also another supplemental piece of evidence that people have for believing this motive.
As you can see, she reached out to me back in May.
She messaged me back on June 3rd and just said, search up Brock case.
She would also post things like, we need lots of shares because this case can't be forgotten about. But at the same time, I don't want to make too much noise on social media because I don't want to scare this person off. people thought that was just kind of a weird phrase. And so that's a big chunk of people. They think that she did this because she wanted to get TikTok famous. And maybe she just did not like her parents. So I don't think you could do that just to get TikTok. I don't know.
Yeah.
One netizen comments, I don't know, it's twisted, but I don't get the vibe that she was getting such satisfaction out of fooling people. I think she took comfort in getting all the emotional support that she might have lacked, maybe from everywhere else. Of course, she had to play it off online, but I mean, she did sure go out of her way to get attention, which is really fucked up. So I think even as people are commenting, they're kind of confused. They're like, at the same time, she didn't need to post so many trending audios nonstop to try and get views. But at the same time, I don't know if that's the motive. Like, that's what netizens are saying. Other netizens are saying, do you think that her posting on TikTok was her trying to confess to the crime? And this goes into the psychology where a lot of people say that killers sometimes want to get caught. A lot of people say that serial killers want to get caught because they want the notoriety and they want to be recognized for their crimes. Other people say that when it's killers that are not complete serial killers, where they do feel some guilt and remorse, they kind of do these subconscious things in an effort to get caught. It's like, people say it's like the lottery effect. When people win the lottery, they almost subconsciously, maybe, feel like they don't deserve the money or they didn't earn the money, so they'll blow through the money. It's kind of, I don't know, some people are saying that. They're saying it doesn't make sense that you would reach out to content creators to cover your case, to get more attention on your case, if you're getting away with it. They're saying it just doesn't make sense, and that's why people are saying, no, but it's not about getting away with it, it's about getting TikTok famous. So that's been a huge back and forth. I will say one quick reminder, though, is one netizen comment reads, she let her little sister find her parents' bodies. I don't think it really matters if she felt any remorse. If she did this, like, she let her little sister find her parents' bodies. That's crazy.
Yeah, but did the little sister say that, or did she say that her little sister found it? Because the little sister probably doesn't know anything. I'm knocking on 5-year-olds like memory, but like, I don't know.
Comes the second theory, and this is where I think things get a little bit tricky. There are a lot of people that have resorted to, I would say a good chunk of people are internet sleuthing. They're going online, they're digging into old Facebook posts, they're going on to Instagram accounts and just trying to put some puzzle pieces together for their own understanding of this crime. And then there are people who are straight up victim blaming. She and James Brock officially start dating in 2018, or at least on Facebook. And people are commenting, a new man, good for you. And she's responding, a keeper, finally. New to the public eye, but already in mine and the kids' hearts. Love after divorce is possible, heart emoji. So it seems like things are going well, up until September 20th, 2022. So this is 2 years and 3 months before the crime. Kristen posts on Facebook a very cryptic message. And it's to the point, but somehow cryptic, and it has underlying messages, and it just reads, yeah, this hurts me, but it's gonna hurt her more. And she's talking about their 5-year-old daughter. Again, let's call her Bella. Please pray for us and our safety. Please let me know if you see James Brock so you can warn me. He is trying to kill me, has been trying to get to the house and to the child. Man, wasted tears, now huge fears.
Wait, what's going on?
So she's posting to her Facebook friends that her little 5-year-old daughter is going to be heartbroken because it appears that her and James are no longer going to be together. And she tells her Facebook friends, hey, if you see James Brock, you have to let me know because he's trying to kill me.
Okay.
So on that post, one netizen comments, and this is new, they're saying, sad, this is learned behavior. There's a lot more to this story, and I hope it's all put out there. So there's this argument of, can these posts be used with online discourse to talk about maybe why Sarah Patrick committed these crimes, or is it too soon because nothing has been confirmed, although these are from Kristen Brock's Facebook page. I will say, I do think that a lot of the attention is more so on Kristen Brock because that is Sarah Grace's biological mom, and she does have a lot of Facebook posts talking about her relationship with James, and it seems like a lot of she was also arrested for child cruelty. We're gonna get there, but it seems like she was from a lot of people's accounts, she was sometimes a little volatile. Even from these posts where she is talking about James trying to kill her, James is very calm anytime he interacts with her on Facebook, and she accuses him of trying to kill her. She accuses him of completely leaving the kid, never calling their 5-year-old, not being a dad that's around, missing all of her birthdays, and doing like sleeping with her best friend. And every time James responds to these Facebook posts, he's very calm and he's saying, hey, can you please stop lying about me? Can you just tell everyone that you're the one that had my phone cut off and that's why I can't call her goodnight? People have been using Kristen Brock's Facebook post to try and get people to understand maybe why Sarah Patrick committed these crimes, saying this is not a healthy home life. We don't know what else was going on inside the home.
And like I
but
said,
it
she
probably
did
is.
say you guys won't be in pain anymore. She said that. So, hey, she could be thinking that she's doing like, what is that? There's like a thing that nurses do to like their, like nurse killers. They do this to like their victims. Like they feel like they're saving them or they're helping them. I heard that
Is not the best
from a movie,
environment
but
for
I don't know.
children.
I mean, I feel like it
If
has to be
she's
real.
posting that her partner, her child's stepfather, and the father of a little toddler is trying to kill her on Facebook, it seems very tumultuous. Like, if that's really what you would think, then you should go to the police. You should do these things to protect your children, if that's truly what you believe is going to happen. I think that initially when people heard about this case, there was such a strong rhetoric of this is a spoiled teenage brat who's obsessed with looking a certain way and using TikTok filters and being TikTok famous. She's a narcissistic sociopath. Like, these are the words that people were using to describe her. And I think the minute that some of this came onto Reddit and came onto people's attention, I think because the wording was so strong against Sarah Grace, people started pushing back even harder, saying like, well, maybe she's not narcissistic. Maybe her home life was horrendous. So it's just been very strange. But one netizen comments, here we go with the excuses. She's a cold-blooded killer with no emotions who left her parents dead and allowed her baby sister to find them. To which someone comments back, but there was abuse in the home, so stop assuming she's just a killer. With another person commenting, that never gives anyone an excuse to take someone else's life. But just from doing some scrolling, you can tell this girl had a hard home life for quite some years. After putting your children through all this drama of your past relationships, posting on Facebook that you're going to get killed by him, etc., your child more than likely has witnessed your relationship and has trauma from it. If you're in a toxic relationship like this, you need to put your kids first. You shouldn't run back to that relationship every chance you get. Lord only knows what these children have witnessed daily for years. There's another post from Kristen's Facebook page, and it reads, hey, me and James are not together, not even friends. I don't really know him at all. I'm ashamed and hurt and embarrassed. Never again will you bring filth into my life. You play people like a fiddle, just not me anymore. Karma will be your king, King Brock, LMAO. And a lot of the Facebook posts do indicate that maybe she had a complicated relationship with James Brock. So on the same day, she would post quotes like, stop chasing after people and being the only one trying to fix everything. It's mentally and physically exhausting. You have to find peace with whoever comes and goes from your life. Don't be the only one putting in effort because you will end up losing yourself trying to save everyone else. And then the same day she'd post, and just like that, voila. Thank you, Lord, for opening my eyes and showing me what I need to see. And then the same day, she posts another one that says, I instantly smile when I see a text from you. I don't even care what's in it. It's just amazing to know I crossed your mind for a
she's
second.
on something.
And this is all about James, clearly.
Seems like it.
I feel like she's on.
So overall,
she is on
at
drugs.
least in 2022, their relationship was probably on rocky footing. She also posted asking her friends, how do I change my name on here? It's set to Kristen Brock using James's last name. And she's like, anybody, please? To which a stranger is commenting like, you need to make a new account. And she's responding to the stranger, ugh, I hate him now. I'm sorry. He has hurt us for the last time. I know he don't give two craps. In another
It looks
post,
like she likes attention also. So it runs in the family.
Shares a quote that reads, humble enough to know I'm replaceable, cocky enough to know it's a downgrade. And then she comments on that, James doesn't call, and I call our 5-year-old, and I'm about to go to bed. Once I wake up, it's GNU, everything. I don't know what that means. I can't let this little girl's heart be broke by him ever again. To which James responds, writing, be sure you tell everyone you had my phone cut off. Around this time, in another random comment thread, Kristen tells a friend in the public section of her Facebook page, quote, now, I don't know because I caught him with my best friend this morning. Then in another thread, she's talking to James and she says, you really are a bitch for not calling our daughter. Then another comment, she writes, just another gay J now. Go fuck in someone else's yard, you dope head. James comments back, retaliating, "You know what? You can stop lying to everyone and start telling the truth. You're a fucking joke. Message me and then block me after I message you and then telling lies. You had my phone cut off so I couldn't call and block, and then now you're texting. And you're the dope head that hasn't been asleep. Game on, Kristen. I will do the same shit to you. Tired of the abuse from you." So this is what James is responding. In addition, a few days after all of that, on September 26, 2022, Kristen posts an address onto Facebook with just the words, "Party over here." Someone comments, "No one's going to show up to a party at 4 a.m. on Sunday." Kristen responds, "LMAO crying emoji. You're right. Heads are more 2 a.m.ers." Which she does state as a joke. However, it has been discussed online, and there have been discussions that Kristen was at one point involved with amphetamines. But it seemed like she was
See, I told you, bro. Oh my.
trying to get clean recently, and she started going to church, and it seemed like she was trying to start a new chapter of her life. Now, Sarah claims that maybe that new chapter wasn't as long ago as people are saying, because she told her dad and the investigators that there was a drug deal gone wrong a month prior to their murders. I don't know how accurate that is. That's coming from Sarah Patrick. However, James comments on that post about the party. "Damn, you know what lives over there? Dope head with child cruelty charges to my daughter and your son." In 2022, Kristen was arrested with child cruelty charges in the 3rd degree, which means that you are letting a child witness felonies. That's basically what it means. It appears from all accounts that I could find online that James was inside of a barn. Kristen was very upset with him. She had their daughter in the back seat, and her son, so this is James's stepson. This is Sarah Patrick's full brother. Sarah's not here at the barn, but he's standing, I guess, outside, and she's trying to run into James with her car, allegedly. And because her daughter was in the back seat and her son witnessed this, it would be cruelty to children in the 3rd degree.
Oh, interesting. So James called the cops.
Yes.
And they came and they charged her with that.
Yes. However, it seems like nothing really crazy came of the case. She did tell her parents that it's just a big misunderstanding, like James is lying to the police, and that's not what happened. James also accuses Kristen of saying things to her son, such as, quote, "You told your son he wasn't your son, he was just a snitch. Missed child cruelty charges in 3rd degree to our daughter and your son." A lot of netizens have found these posts, and they have a lot to say about it. I think that it's really interesting that both sides of how they feel don't seem like they can convince the other side. And maybe it has a lot to do with just how we're wired. And maybe some people have more trauma or specific life experiences that have specific views that they cannot change. And I don't think that's necessarily the worst thing, but the people that think that this has no relation to the case, they think it's actually inappropriate to even talk about it because they're like, these are victims in this case. Nothing justifies murder at all. Like, this is a spoiled teenage girl that could have left, and she killed them and let the 5-year-old daughter find them. There's no excuse, and the fact that people even think that this is an explanation of anything is bad. And then you have the other side of people that are saying, it's actually not bad when you think about children and the way that trauma develops in their brain. If there is evidence of any sort of trauma or any sort of abuse in the house, that could be a good way to understand why she did what she allegedly did and is accused of doing by the police. It seems like they cannot convince the other party to think the way that they think. A lot of people are actually finding these posts and tagging the Carleton Police Department in it.
Interesting.
And one netizen comments, "No child can grow up normal in that kind of environment. And even if the parents changed and found Jesus, she lived more of her life around that lifestyle than not." And they're saying to not talk about it is also weird. To not talk about it is acting like it doesn't exist. Then what? We just act like it doesn't exist, and then more things happen like this? So they're saying, again, it's not justification, it's not proof of anything. It's just saying this could have been something. But probably the most talked about Facebook post comes from June 20th of 2021, where on a separate Facebook page, Kristen posts, "My son's name. I'm coming to get you, love. I know you're so unhappy there. I hear you, and I'm doing everything I can to make it happen. I promise you that, son. Your father can't beat you anymore." So Kristen is saying, hey, your biological dad is beating you, so I'm going to come pick you up, and I will never let him beat you. And she's talking about her son on her son's page.
Okay.
Sarah comments on that. And she responds, Kristen, you are a grown woman, and this is the child that you put through the dirt just to make yourself happy. Commenting on this post and posting this is never going to make me want to go to your house again, and shows how immature you are. Respectfully, grow up. Then another one from Sarah to her mother, this time in all caps, reads, the only one that beat us was the ex-stepdad you got with and had no time to realize it because you were out there dealing. Daddy has never laid a hand on me, and you need to stop brainwashing my brother, and it doesn't work anymore with me.
Wait, this is 2021.
Yes.
So she was like 13 years old?
Yeah.
She's saying that who beats them? The only person? James? Or
She
someone
said
else?
ex-stepdad, and it does seem like they were on and off. A lot of netizens believe that she's referring to James. It doesn't appear that there are any other yes, that would have been referred to as ex-stepdad. But again, these are just Sarah's words.
Yeah.
It's not proof of anything, and I think he's not here to defend himself. She didn't even name him by name. We don't even know if she's talking about James Brock.
Right.
But it just shows that she does have a very contentious relationship with her mother, at least at this point, and there seems to be some trouble in the household. Again, it doesn't justify anything. Kristen responds, maybe you need to call me because we need some therapy, for real. Sad this is the only way you talk to your mom. Court documents also reveal that Sarah's biological dad, when they get a divorce, Sarah's dad states that Kristen, quote, the mother has unrehabilitated substance abuse issues, and both she and her boyfriend,
why didn't you
referring
take
to
the
James Brock,
daughter?
fail to adequately provide a suitable drug-free environment for minor children.
I don't understand why
Sarah's
he didn't
biological
take
dad
her.
is accusing Kristen of exposing the children to weed and meth. The motion in the custody battle court docs allege that Kristen would let her friends come over when they were high on meth, and the filing includes this allegation, quote,
why didn't he take that? Man, you see, when I always say percentages, the dad has a percentage now. He has a percent. If his daughter did it, because we don't know yet, the dad has a percentage of the blame. Because ain't no way you get divorced and your kid is staying with your wife who's on or who has these drug kids around. Oh my gosh. Oh no,
As a result of the mother's drug usage and the mother's boyfriend disciplining the minor son with a belt
and they better give it
that
to me.
left a visible injury, the Department of Family and Children's Services got involved. He claims that DFACS, which is like CPS in Georgia, gets involved, but the couple quietly moves from one county to another without alerting DFACS. So then DFACS, they just kind of give up on the case because their workload is too high. Sarah's dad alleges that Kristen would have, quote, spiraling behaviors that would make it, quote, extremely unsafe for her to have the children in any unsupervised manner. According to the court document, Sarah allegedly told her teacher that she knew that her mom had drugs in the house and she didn't want to go back to living with her mom. This is when she's like 11. The court doc reads, the minor daughter is able to express whether her mother hides the illegal drugs in the house, like where, what the drugs look like in the packaging, and the foul odor of the. Sarah's biological dad alleges that during one incident, Sarah was in the car with her brother and Kristen and James, along with some random adults that are friends with Kristen, in which Sarah had to, quote, force to put a blanket over her face to avoid having vomit slung at her. I guess one of the friends was high and drunk and was vomiting everywhere. And he also alleges that Kristen would get super drunk and just send drunk videos to family members and friends. But like most custody battles, I think the dirt was slung both ways. Kristen would also allege the biological father of being drunk when he was taking care of his kids. But ultimately, in March of 2020, it was ordered that the two would split custody 50-50. That's when Sarah is 11. Kristen's dad is saying, yes, they had a rough life. They had a lot of past histories and transgressions that were not great, but they learned from it and they were turning a new leaf. They were going to the church in Carlton. They were getting their life together. And then this happened.
Okay.
But in 2022, James filed a temporary protection order against Kristen, claiming that he was terrified of his own wife. He was terrified for his own safety and for their youngest daughter. He claims that he was inside of a barn when Kristen tried to run him over. Side note, Kristen's dad will later state that this is not true, remember? But in that filing, he claims that in 2022, Kristen was abusing prescription medication. He also accuses of her abuse during the relationship, stating that she was hitting him, destroying his property, and had even threatened to kill him. And I think this is where, I think you guys are smart. You guys always do your own research. If you were to go out there and start Googling this case, these are the types of discourse that you would come across, and I feel like you would come to your own conclusion. But I think it's very interesting of the question of, are these things that should be in the discourse of these types of conversations
pinned
around
comment,
this case.
what it says.
For example, James's family, they don't really think so. They say everybody has a past. It's not every day that your posts from Facebook get brought up for the world to see from 5 years ago, 8 years ago. It doesn't matter. That's not a normal thing that happens. Everyone has fights on the internet or whatever. But as far as the case goes, that has nothing to do with the case as far as we're concerned, because
no pinned
we're
comment.
confident that the investigators have looked at every avenue. They know their past. They know everything. So she's saying it's kind of like muddying the waters when it doesn't really have a connection with the case. But others, on the other hand, are saying, but it does, because if that's the house that Sarah's living in, then it can kind of explain why she might have had a motive. So it's just been interesting. I will say that a lot of people have spoken highly of the couple. In particular, a lot of people have spoken very highly of James. He had multiple different heart surgeries, including the one to get the LVAD attached to him, which, by the way, would indicate that he's probably clean. Because if you're awaiting a heart transplant, they do a lot of tests, like a lot of toxicology screenings. If it's showing that you have any sort of illegal substance in you, you're going to be inactive on the wait list for a heart transplant. They're not going to give you a heart transplant. They're just not. So it wouldn't make sense. And then with all of his heart conditions, I highly doubt that he was partaking in any substance abuse at this point. But he seemed like a really kind soul, is what a lot of people say. There is this voicemail of him, and this is right before he goes into heart surgery. He's calling his niece, and he leaves a voicemail, and he's like, you know that movie Ted?
I know you've probably seen that movie Ted with Mark Wahlberg, the teddy bear. And at the end of it, he gets ripped apart. And they sew him back together, and then they pray for him to be, alive again. And in the morning when he wakes up and he talks to them, he's like, I just want to tell you that I love you for something. That way, in case I wake up after the surgery and I can't talk and I'm going, you already know what I'm trying to say.
Oh my God.
And he's like comforting her before he goes into open heart surgery. And it just seems very complicated.
Like now what I'm thinking, bro, I'm thinking maybe a deal went wrong and the cops, but this would be probably bad to do. They arrested her to then make the dealers think that they're okay to, they're okay, they can come out of hiding, and then they go jump on that. But that's bad though. That is terrible. Oh no, I don't want to watch that video. She does an interview with somebody. Wait, ooh, crap, this might be too long of a video. Crap. No, this one right here. This one right here could be. Oh no. Gachi Akura's author loves black people. Huh? There are 2 black characters. That I've seen.
Yeah, the creator of Gachi Akuda loves black people. Since the release of the anime for Gachi Akuda, they revealed 3 black people.
3?
Simi, Jabber, and now
Corvus. Jabber. I guess Jabber technically he light skinned. Jabber got a black papa. yeah, Java. Java, yeah, he half and half. You know, he half and half. Wait for it. Wait for it. I can't find it, bro. That sucks. Okay, this one's perfect. This is perfect.
By now, I'm sure that you're familiar with the fact that VTubers come in many different shapes and sizes. But even so,
sizes,
most
colors.
of them are united by having one thing in common. And that's the fact that their designs are based on what an anime character would look like. This has been the norm for years now. But speaking of anime, with its many varied styles and themes, there is one recurring topic that always comes up. The fact that so many anime characters somehow end up looking exactly the same. This is sometimes passed off as inspiration. Others might argue that because anime styles are so simple, it's inevitable that you'd have two characters kind of looking the same. Regardless what the reason might be, people notice these things very quickly. And seeing that VTubing has absolutely exploded since 2018, going from having 1,000 active VTubers to 10,000 by January 2020, and reaching over 50,000 active VTubers live streaming on both Twitch and YouTube in 2023, this meant that just like anime, you'd start seeing the inevitable rise of VTubers that kind of look similar. These comparisons would start being a common occurrence and would create drama more often than once. But here's the thing. No matter how big you are as a VTuber, no matter how much influence you have in the community, if you publicly call out someone for plagiarizing your design, for copying you, without having very concrete proof, then you will always receive heavy backlash. More recently, we saw this happen with the apocalyptic Cinder drama, where she actively sought to sabotage another VTuber because she blamed her for copying both her design and personality when she literally started VTubing before her. It was ridiculous. But even though we had this incident and many others before it take place very similarly, it didn't stop this VTuber from doing the same exact thing. Bullying a smaller artist publicly for ridiculous claims of plagiarism, and within just the span of 24 hours losing all credibility in the community, to then eventually coming up with one of the worst apologies you can imagine. Guys, it's been a while since we spoke about stupid VTuber drama, but seeing how this made me roll my eyes multiple times as I was seeing it unfold, I thought we had to talk about it. So without further ado, let's do this. We all love looking at anime girl thighs. But how come no one is asking a very important question? Like, for example, what is their nutritional value? Well, I'll tell you, less than 1 carbohydrate, 0 sugar, and a way healthier and cheaper alternative to other piss-flavored energy drinks. Yes, that's right, I'm talking about gamer subs. They literally have an anime girl thigh flavor. And if you use the code Mugen at checkout, you get 10% off your entire order. But don't worry, I know what you might be thinking. Mugen, I would love to taste anime girl thighs, but I have no idea if I'll like it. Well, here's the deal. You can add free flavor samples to your cart. Now, usually you'd only have to pay for shipping, but If you use the code Muujin, then GamerSupps will literally pay for your shipping. You'd be paying nothing. Yes, there are actually no strings attached. I didn't even have to convince GamerSupps to do this. They just did it because they felt sorry for me because I live in France. Every time you use my code, not only are you supporting me directly, but you increase the chance of us getting our own flavor. Anyway, the link will be in the pinned comment. Let's get back to the video. Alright, so here's the deal. You ask any VTuber what the lifeblood of this industry is,
Someone
and they'll
wrote a song
probably
about anime
reply
girl
with
thighs?
artists.
Of course they
because
do.
it's the truth. A VTuber's entire identity and brand, I mean their entire design, is reliant fully on artists. But the harsh reality is that getting a VTuber model made from start to finish is quite the costly endeavor. Because depending on the complexity and the artist you're hiring, it can easily cost thousands of dollars and take months, sometimes over a year, to be made. But seeing that there's so many people that want to become VTubers, this harsh reality ended up creating some unique solutions like pre-made models. These, for example, are all ready to use and their price is very affordable. The only caveat is that anyone can buy this and use it. You're not the exclusive owner. And similarly to this creative solution of pre-made models, another unique idea popped up: adoption. It involves someone posting a concept of a VTuber that they created while asking for a particular price for it or saying you can offer the price that you think is right. This adoption method can have many different upsides. Some people don't like to conceptualize something from scratch and would rather use something really cool by another artist. This also would allow you to finish the concepting step and maybe save up money for the next steps without any pressure, without any time constraints. In fact, this concept that we just saw was drawn by Utainzi. She regularly posts different VTuber concepts and will put them up for adoption. Now on August 30th, Utainzi would do what she always does. She would post two different concepts, with the first one being a purple themed girl wearing alt clothing and the second one being this demon girl. Up until this point, this was just another day for Utainzi doing what she's always done. But that would of course be until it caught Melly's attention, a sizable artist and VTuber in the community. The next day, she would quote tweet Utainzi's post and say, "Hey, that kind of looks like ... very directly implying that the Red Demon Girl concept of Utainzi was a direct copy of her model, that she was being plagiarized. Now, what I like about this is that we're still at the beginning of this incident, right? And the replies on this post already don't want anything to do with it. The most liked reply is, "Do not start this. Oh my fucking god, I am so tired of seeing people accuse artists of stealing designs. Can we please stop doing this?" Or this guy saying, "Delete this shit. Your concept and design is generic as fuck, and there's a plethora of artists that could follow your same logic and accuse you of stealing their design." But even though this was the community sentiment, Melly decided to double down, quote tweeting Utainzi's post again and saying, "Of course I don't own the concept of Red Demon Girl, but it's so on the nose I can't turn away. The colors are similar, the pigtails, the broken horn on the exact side, the earrings, the torn wings, mismatched leggings, ribbons on the sleeves, the shoes. I'm just a bit sad." Alright, so look, Melly was saying this was very on the nose, that everything from the smallest minute details were copying her directly. So to make things easier for you, I put both designs side by side. Mel claims that the wings are meant to be a copy of hers when they look literally nothing alike. She also claims that the colors are exactly the same when they're literally not. They're completely different. One is more on the pink side, one is more on the red side.
But they're still
She then goes on to say that the earrings are exactly the same when that could not be further from the truth. The mismatched leggings are the same when again that could not be further
if anything,
from the
teeth
reality.
on the shoes,
And
but they both are done differently, because obviously they both didn't decide of the existing. But this teeth has the top and the bottom like this, but this one just has like the teeth going down.
Same when again that could not be further
This
from
is completely different. What the heck?
reality. And my personal favorite, the broken horn on the exact side.
First of all, I have a character. An old character. She has horns. Guess what? One is broken. Guess which one's broken? That one. Actually, no, it's the other one. But it doesn't matter because they're both broken differently.
Can someone please help me understand how this chipped horn is anything similar to this completely fucked up, torn out horn on the side of her head? Am I missing something here? The good news is, no, I'm not delusional, because guess what? She got ratioed more than once on this post, with this illustrator saying, this behavior needs to stop. As a character designer, I can confidently say they look nothing alike aside from the red theme and broken horn. Mean girl behavior is ruining the space. Why don't you just make friends with people with similar designs? You know, that's a very good point. If she quote tweeted this design and said something along the lines of, oh my god, demon girls with horns, like we look so cool or whatever, that would have gotten so much positive traction. Instead, she's getting ratioed. Another person who ratioed her said, I'm gonna be honest here, fam, but aside from the hair and color palette, it's not that similar to be made into a call-out post. People were not having it, okay? These similarities that she was talking about, they just weren't there. What people were seeing, though, is a bigger creator calling out a smaller creator, sending harassment their way over something that couldn't be further from the truth. If she's claiming that this design is plagiarizing her, then she should also call out Iron Mouse's 2023 design, because she also has mismatched leggings, earrings, wings, and longer pigtails. I mean, the only thing missing is what? The red color and a broken horn. But even though she was definitely reaching with that public call out, it still made Utainzi feel forced to make a public statement about it. So she quote tweeted what Melly had said about her and said, I just want to share what inspired me. And I'm sorry if it turned out we were inspired by something similar. I adjusted some of the details you mentioned because creating original characters is very important to me. I hope you understand. So because of this, she was actually forced to publicly show the references that she used to come up with this concept. She also felt forced to change the concept itself and even apologized by saying, I'm sorry if it turned out we were inspired by something similar. This post ended up getting a lot of interaction, with many people in the replies telling Utainzi to please not apologize because she did nothing wrong. She then replied to her post and said, it makes me sad since this could have been resolved in DMs. I even made a post about this recently. I hadn't seen their design and it's unfortunate this happened. Linking a post she had made just a couple of weeks ago saying, fun fact, there are millions of artists who design characters and sometimes two people can create almost identical designs without ever seeing each other's work. The world is big and ideas often overlap, so it is nice to remember this before thinking
And
someone
most people get their stuff
someone.
on Pinterest.
It was now evident. Utainzi had done nothing wrong, and she also seemed like a very reasonable person. This could have been very easily solved privately, but instead it was made public in an attempt to discredit her. So seeing how this was made public and how much traction this post had gotten, the next tweet that Melly would make would be, what the hell did I wake up to? She had called out Utainzi, tried to discredit her publicly, was completely in the wrong, went to sleep, and then woke up to immense backlash. Many of the replies say, you just woke up to the consequences of your actions, but that didn't mean in any way that it wasn't still salvageable. By this point, she could have still recovered everything if she just apologized.
People don't do that, especially in the VTuber world.
Here. So did she
What I've
actually
noticed,
take
they
a
don't
step
do that.
back, take accountability, and avoid any more needless drama? Of course not. This is VTuber drama.
Yep.
It never ends on
Never.
a good note. She
Never.
decided to triple down and would make this very stupid tweet saying, never have I said I own the concept of a red demon girl with pigtails. What the frig? The similarities to my own design merely made me baffled and saddened because no matter how different it was adjusted, it very much felt the same. I won't be gaslit into thinking anything else.
I mean,
Of
at least
course,
she's
there's
still
no
on
such thing as a good
10
VTuber
toes.
drama without community notes, and that's exactly what ended up happening on this post. The note said, Melly claims that Utainzi made her design too similar to her, when the wings, boots, bottoms, shirt, skin, horns, and no marks on the skin are so different. Utainzi provided inspiration in her drawing that doesn't even involve Melly, linking the post we already saw of Utainzi showing her references. Now look, I know what you're thinking. This already looks really bad. But at this point, Melly is just a gift that keeps on giving, because look at this catastrophic reply to this post. Also, I hate the whole it should have been kept private because I don't know this person. I don't want to know this person.
Oh my.
They made me feel uncomfy. I don't want to message them, period.
Oh
I said my piece and will continue to be the red demon with pigtails. I mean, at this point, what the hell can I say, man? This has over 380 replies, with over 200 quote tweets. This reply by Kenny sums it up. Talk to someone like an adult? Thumbs down. Call them out publicly and they get harassed? Thumbs up. It's like, dude, Utainzy literally has open DMs. There should absolutely be zero excuse for someone like Melly to make a call-out post like this without even attempting to message Utainzy, because that's just the definition of being malicious. Why else would you call out a smaller creator like this in front of your community? By this point, it was painfully obvious to just about everyone that this person cannot be reasoned with. They were just that delusional. But then, something unexpected happened.
Really?
Melly would completely disappear, not posting anything else on her socials ever since that catastrophic reply on August 31st. And that silence would last for over a week. We'd only hear back from her on September 8th, 2025, when she would post this statement. People were hoping that this was going to be an apology after a long break where she realized that she was in the wrong. What they got instead was, well, let's read
quadrupled down?
In the early morning of September 1st, I nearly made an irreversible decision on my life. I've since been recovering and surrounding myself with friends and loved ones who are helping keeping me company.
Oh my. This happens a lot in the VTuber world as well.
I got a glimpse of a few messages I got.
Does it mean it don't be happening? No. I truly do believe it be happening, especially with what we were talking about yesterday or the day before, I don't remember. But it's crazy.
Friends online and want to thank you so much for reaching out. I'm sorry I couldn't respond, but I hope I'm able to in the coming days as I slowly regain the strength to do so. I 100% should have dealt with things privately or at the very least ignored and moved on, but that just wasn't the case. I'm keeping the post up unless asked to be taken down so people can get the context if needed. I love the VTuber art community so much, but to feel the sheer cruelty the community can carry left me wanting to step away from engaging.
Is this the first time you've ever been
my health,
on Twitter
my friend
for
will be
VTuber?
stepping in for me and going through my messages and blocking those who took things too far or were cruel to an unimaginable degree. They will also be managing my Twitter till the foreseeable future, so if there are any business inquiries, etc., they will still be passed along to me, just sifted through by my friend. Thank you to those who waited for me.
Every time they say by my friend, I don't really trust it. I don't really trust it. By my friend, come on now. I mean, I guess sometimes they be doing that. Come on, Neil.
Silly things to share in the world still. So look, I think it goes without saying, I would never want to see someone leave this planet over drama online, especially VTuber drama. It should never get to that point. With that being said though, this post does come off as Melly trying her hardest to appear like the victim here, when in reality, this entire thing occurred because she felt the need to call out a smaller artist publicly, attempting to discredit them and sending harassment their way over something that could not be further from the truth. The closest thing to an apology that we got was her saying, I 100% should have dealt with things privately, or at the very least ignored and moved on, but that just wasn't the case. This made many people feel like she was not even attempting to take accountability here, still doubling down on the fact that Utainzy did actually copy her design, when it was already proven that it wasn't. What happened to Melly was exactly what she was hoping to inflict on Utainzy. This directly affected her credibility and ruined her reputation pretty much in a day. Utainzy, on the other hand, didn't even comment on this statement that Melly had made, instead choosing to continue drawing designs drama-free and being able to sell, well, most of them from what it seems like. Ultimately, I don't wish Melly any harm, but I hope with this situation,
sometimes, bro,
and the many others before it,
sometimes I kind of, like, it looks like these VTuber dramas be helping. Like, can somebody like start some VTuber drama with me? Like, listen, I think I'm gonna design a couple of little things for some VTubers. You know what I mean? Just to start a little something, see what happens. Just to start a little something, just to see what happens, you know? Because it looks like it be helping some people, you know. Let me not. Before somebody takes this seriously and actually starts to cause beef with me on X or something.
People stop creating such dumb public callouts without thinking of the consequences and the fact that they'd have to face accountability. Anyway, thank you so much for watching until the end. I missed you guys. Expect a lot of videos coming up soon. Make sure to use the code Mugen on Gamersubs.
He said. But yeah, guys, yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. Hope you guys enjoyed this stream. Like I said, I was doing more practice on legs and stuff. It looks like we ended up doing more poses. Excuse me. But and also I really liked how I did the eyes on this one and on this one. I liked how I did the eyes there. This one I was looking at that reference that Titan showed me. I mean the artist that Titan showed me. And I actually really like the way that they drew eyes for Nico here. So I might actually, can I have a go on May? I might actually start to play around with eyes in the shape, you know? It looks nice. It looks nice. But yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. It's the next one. Peace. Oyashimi. Oyashimi. Peace out. Good night. Good night, everyone. This thing keeps glitching and lagging on me. Glitching. Peace, love, and burger grease. Peace, love, and burger grease. Have a good one, man. Good night.